Hello everyone, in today's video I will be narrating stories that I found off of Reddit. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But without further ado,
let's get straight into these stories.
2 years ago I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents as the situation at home was beginning to become too bad for me. In first year at uni, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with, and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations, but at least we had our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties as living in a small shared flat like in first year. Note, I had a ground floor room and my window gave into a very small backyard in which I would go smoke every day as I am a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street where you would put your bins and broken chairs, blah blah. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us were 5 boys who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of a police intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him and the others with a kitchen knife and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates and saw one of them having cuts everywhere on his arm and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him our help to clean himself and gave him an old t-shirt to change out of his clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about the story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird. He said a lot of BS and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me, but we just wanted to make sure he was okay as we didn't know him. Then after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street and just never said a word to him again. But one day he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait in front of your house then and we can talk further." No need to say I was creeped out and just thought he was joking. So I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street, and as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I went back to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away, but obviously he wasn't home and no one else was there either. So I literally just waited it out until they left about an hour later, and then sprinted back home and locked the front door. Note, my front door had a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that were put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would very often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would take me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night, but we kinda just got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never ever wakes up because of a noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always have my window open because it would get really warm inside, so we both just froze. And then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly as if they were trying to get inside, and then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed so they couldn't see us, but we were ready to get dressed and get out of the room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard my window move and get more open, and one of the guys saying something in a different language that we didn't understand and started hearing them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of bed, took my phone, and put clothes on and ran out of the room and out of the house. So I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes as the headquarters were a couple of streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us that they were tour inside of their house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors, so the idea of them breaking in with whatever knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The two guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later. I was 17 when this story happened 3 years ago now. I was working at an old pizza shop right on the edge of my town. For context, the town I was in was an affluent, suburban town surrounded by a bypass which loops around the town. Around my town is some farmland and main roads, where all of the blue-collar workers moved to after the town was gentrified 10 to 15 years back. The pizza shop was around 20 years and was very catered to these same blue-collar workers. It's around 9 p.m. and a call comes in for 2 pizzas and a 2-liter of soda. I'm the only driver in, so I have to take the delivery out. It's about a 10-minute drive to get to the location. There I have to drive up a long gravel driveway that took about 5 minutes to get up. My car really couldn't handle the gravel and how rough it was. Arriving at the place, I see a nice house and 2 barns plotted across the land, with wheat 5 to 6 feet tall surrounding the whole property. Being at this place when I felt truly all alone really started to make my anxiety flare. I decided to call the number on the order because I have no idea where this guy wants me to go and drop off his food. After about another 5 minutes of absolute silence, the man picks up. He had a very deep and raspy voice, like he's been a career smoker, which didn't do anything to help me feel better. I was told to meet him at his truck at the far barn on his property. I am now properly scared as my mind races of all of the worst possible things that could happen to me. I pull myself together and muster further into this guy's property. I see the man's truck as I round one of those cylinder storage units where I see his F-150 and him inside. Instead of getting out, I call him and ask him how we should do the transaction. In that same deep voice, he instructs me to get out of my car and to put all the food onto his truck bed. Since he paid with his credit card already, I thought this would have been over in 10 seconds. I do what he tells me to do and walk over to the passenger window so that he can sign his receipt. The man looks to be around his mid-40s, heavy set, with a scraggly black beard and a trucker hat. My mind was already racing on being kidnapped or murdered, so I really didn't feel safe around this guy. I ask him if he has a pen on him because I forgot to bring one. I was pretty bad at my job and he did not have any cash on him. He stares at me with these cold eyes and points into the back of his truck, saying to me, "If you ask me for a tip, I'm going to be sticking this tip down your throat," where he has a double-barrel shotgun just in the back of his car. I'm frozen in fear as I'm registering that this man has just threatened to kill me. The only thing I can muster out is okay, and I get back into my car and I get out of that farm. I was going so fast that I screwed up my car from my car bouncing around on that gravel path. I go 80 all the way back to the pizza parlor where I tell my coworkers what happened. None of my coworkers took me seriously and just thought I was playing this up for a joke. I go home and forget about it pretty quickly, but a year later I'm working the lunch shift and the same man calls in and orders a pizza. Now at this point I am refusing to take this order. The pizza place I was working at wasn't doing well business wise, so it's on its last legs already, so management forced me into going anyways. It was only 1 to 2 p.m. on a Sunday, so at least my fear of the dark would be covered. I get there and the man is waiting for me at his actual house. He recognized me and out of all things started apologizing to me for what he said. He was excusing it, saying that he just started going through a divorce and was struggling with his emotions. I just wanted the whole thing to be over with, and he gave me $60 for what happened. When I was 6 years old, I attended the elementary school which was located in our small town. My way to and from school was basically just 500 meters of main road before turning into the street where I lived. At the time, we're talking about the late 90s here. All the parents in the town were extremely adamant on telling their kids not to trust or follow strangers. Never get into anyone's car, even if they say they know your parents and are friends. The reason why: there was a murder 3 years back in the same town. A girl not even 6 years old was found dead in a field. The strange thing about it is, nobody knows how exactly she was taken, no signs of forced entry or anything, which implies somebody lured her somewhere without her suspecting a thing. The case still hasn't been solved more than 20 years later, so our parents were very afraid that their kid was going to be next, because kids can be really stupid and you can't watch them 24/7. Now onto what almost happened to me. I was walking home from elementary school. About halfway home, at the shadiest and mostly covered by trees and bushes area, a car pulled up next to me. A blonde, about 30-ish year old woman was the driver. She told me she could drive me home. She claimed to be going in that direction anyway, which was unclear to me at the time, essentially BS because once the road ends near my house, there is nothing but empty fields. Kid-like as I was not suspicious and was like, oh no, it's not that far, I can walk. Then she started becoming more insistent. The whole, oh come on, it is fine, nothing to worry about, and you can relax instead of walking thing. The alarm bells only started ringing when she said she knew my mother. They are friends and supposedly she was asked by her to drive me home. Thank God for my parents repeatedly talking about the tricks that people use to lure you in. I started being creeped out, continued to walk, but she kept driving beside me. Now the real weird part in hindsight was her next attempt to get me into the car. She started saying that I was obviously afraid and cool children are not afraid of such things. If you want to be cool, you should just relax. Honestly, I did not fully realize the full extent of the situation. I just felt uncomfortable and wanted to get out of this conversation, so I just started sprinting the rest of my way back to my house. Once I got home, I stayed right next to the door and kept looking out of the window for a few minutes. And guess who drove by and basically checked out the house? That creepy woman. The road was a dead-end road, and only after 3 more minutes the car came back the same way. It took years until I realized what kind of bullet I dodged there. All I was thinking was, my parents told me not to do this. I didn't know why or what that woman wanted. The drill of hearing over and over again not to believe strangers or get into their car kicked in. Moral of the story is, even if your kids are too stupid or young, like I was, to comprehend such things, the rules of not following strangers and the fact that strangers will lie to you for evil intentions must be drilled into your child's head like watching both ways when crossing the road. Last night, my 25-year-old husband woke me up at around 11:50 to tell me that someone has been knocking on our door and ringing our apartment doorbell for about 10 minutes on and off. He woke me so I could possibly ID the person. Once I looked out our upstairs apartment window, I saw the man walking to his car in our apartment parking lot, across the street from our unit. He was wearing blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. He was a medium build, possibly a 30-year-old blonde man. He wasn't covering his face or anything, but the thing is, he was carrying what looked like resistance bands or rope. He sat in his car for around 3 minutes while I was on the phone with dispatch. Then he came back to our door and knocked hard for another few minutes. Dispatch advised me that the police were on their way and they hung up. I started videoing the vehicle. I read out the tag number and make and model and just watched as he put his car in park in reverse over and over again. Out of seemingly nowhere, he backed out of the parking lot and started rushing away, but not before the officer arrived and pulled him over. My downstairs neighbor knocked on my door and told me that he had been peering into her little children's windows and was pounding on her door as well. She said that her husband had left only 1 minute before he started knocking at her door. She said he saw her children through the window and that's why he continued knocking. Our doors are right next to one another, so he probably didn't know what door he wanted opened. He was watching us as well through our upstairs windows, so I turned all the lights out and shut the blinds while I called dispatch. The police never contacted us for a statement. I've reached out to dispatch about an update and I'm waiting to see if any action was taken. We're keeping our eyes peeled to see if he's been following us. I'm replacing my porch light bulbs with motion detectors and putting bars in our window and door tracks. My neighbor and our families are panicked, to say the least. He was outside for about 25 to 30 minutes. Update: I am trained in firearm usage and now live in a state where I can open carry and the background check is really quick. We are going this weekend to get a firearm. My husband will be taking some classes as he came from somewhere where owning a gun is illegal, so he's never handled one. I am still waiting on a call from the responding officer. I have his badge number and name, so if they don't reach out to me today or tonight, he might work third shift. I will call the substation. If they didn't do anything, I will go ahead and make a suspicious person's case for the paper trail. We had no odd encounters last night. However, while I was looking at the video I took, I remember that car. I was walking my dog at 8 p.m. a week ago from him to pee, and this car was driving really slowly through the parking lot and parked a few spots down from where I was letting my dog sniff. They just sat there with the car running. When I tell you my ears started ringing and I got an awful feeling, I'm not joking. I turned around and went home, didn't give my dog the chance to pee, and shut every door and window. I think this man has been stalking out our apartment building, me and my neighbors, neighbors, and I think he wanted to get in where those children are. I'll update more when I have new information. Update 2. It's been a week since the incident. I called the dispatch today because I never received a follow-up from the responding officer. A sergeant from the PD called me back to give me more information. He said that they pulled over the man, ran him to make sure that there were no warrants, and asked him what he was doing. He told the officer that he was meeting up with an acquaintance. The officer let him go with no further questions. I about lost my mind. The sergeant I spoke to today stated that he should have looked into it more. It was obviously an attempt at burglary with whatever knows what intentions. The responding officer is supposed to call me tonight when he gets on duty. I'm livid, honestly. Zero due diligence for this case, but there's not even a case. No case number, just a documented police contact. I'll give more info when I have it. Final update. The officer finally called me. Here's how the conversation went. I answered groggily. It was well past midnight. Hello, miss. I was told you have some questions about an incident a few nights ago. Yes, about Thursday. I wanted to know what the man told you he was doing. You know, he was looking at windows and carrying potential restraints. I'm not sure if that was relayed to you. I stopped him, ran his tags, and he told me that he was meeting up with a guy from a dating app. He seemed forthcoming and open with his motive for being there. Meeting up with wait, he was meeting up with someone by looking in windows, knocking on 2 different doors for 20 minutes. I was shocked and still not fully awake. Like I said, he seemed forthcoming and honest with me. With resistance bands, like workout bands, he had lots of belongings in his car, so he just probably had them in there. Right, but bringing them to a hookup, knocking on multiple doors, he saw the little girls through the window. He waited until my neighbor's husband left until knocking. That's on tape, officer. I checked in with the apartment management after the incident. Well, I'm familiar with this individual, and I've been doing drive-thrus of your complex to make sure he doesn't come back. I haven't seen anything. If you don't have any more questions, I'll let you go, ma'am. Doesn't make sense to me, but thank you, goodbye, and I hung up. I don't have much to say, I just feel so icky about that conversation. Nothing new has come of the situation. I haven't seen the man or the car. My mind is blown at the lack of follow-up or due diligence. I live in a suburb, it's not a busy one either. The PD has a small jurisdiction. Guess I'll have to protect myself. I was 24 at the time, working in a nightclub about a 10-minute walk from my home. I used to close on Tuesday nights slightly earlier than most nights, as it was generally our slowest night of the week, closing around 12 a.m. instead of keeping customers until 2:30 a.m. Usually I'd be the only one left as I start cutting staff as the night went on, and since it was a slower day of the week, we didn't have security on. About 2 months in of regularly closing at 12 a.m., I was walking home. I used to bring bulkier clothes to hide my figure when leaving alone, as I've been followed and chased multiple times before, and we'd often get men waiting after hours for us girls to come out, knowing we'd eventually come out after closing and didn't want to attract attention to myself. I also used to walk home as I didn't have a car and had a few terrifying experiences with Uber drivers not actually driving me home, turning out to be fake cab/Uber drivers or harassing me until I pretended to show interest or give them some way of contacting me, to which Uber would just give me a $5 coupon for the trouble, but that's a story for another time. The bar was located along a main road that was home to the majority of the other bars and restaurants in the city downtown. Often at this time I'd maybe see a handful of people, but the streets were generally empty. I'm walking and notice a parked car about a block away. The driver noticed me and U-turns around to be on the same side of the street as me. Now he's catcalling me and trying to get me to come into his car. I don't engage and keep walking. We're maybe a block or two past the initial spot I saw him, and he's been slowly driving alongside the sidewalk. I'd crossed the street but didn't want to get near his car. He keeps this up until about halfway mark when he takes off in his car, and I'm just relieved he's gone. He then comes blasting back down the road. Now my walk is turned into a light jog, which then turns me into full-on running. I'm running behind close bars and businesses, now trying to find a back route to get home without him seeing where I live. At one point, I'm running through bushes and mud. No matter what street I end up on, his car is waiting for me. Eventually, I run right in front of his car while it's parked on the side street beside my place, or run into my house through the back entrance. The back entrance is obscured by plenty of trees and car, and the surrounding houses are multiple unit homes, so I was confident he didn't see what door I got in through. Fast forward to the following Tuesday, and I'm walking home. Guess whose car is parked at the halfway mark? This went on for the next 4 Tuesdays, except he started parking on the street street in front of my house, until I begged my manager to take me off closing that specific shift. The last time I saw him, one of the apartment buildings along the way had a few cop cars and cops standing around the entrance, and I stayed with them, which led them to drive off for the night. A week passes and I'm no longer on that shift. A coworker of mine sends me a news article via text. I open it and see that the man who's been following me was arrested for doing this to multiple girls in the city along the street my work was on and that I lived on. He got caught because he'd followed a university student up to her house and wouldn't drive away. She called the cops and he was still there by the time they came to arrest him. He got out the next day, I believe, and was arrested a few more times and was put on restrictions. Couldn't be out of his parents' house between certain hours unaccompanied by either parent before he was deported. I've also heard he didn't actually get deported, but I moved away shortly after and didn't keep up with the news on him. It was a Wednesday night in the summer. I was off work, my husband was out of town, and our son was staying at his grandma's for the night. I was home alone with my dogs, an 80-pound Aussie mix and my 80-pound German Shepherd / Pitbull mix. I always have issues sleeping when I'm home alone, so I tend to just binge watch TV in the living room until I can't keep my eyes open anymore. This particular night, I remembered that the trash pickup comes the next day. I decided to turn on Game of Thrones for a bit, then I would take the trash out. All of a sudden, I realized it's 1:30 a.m. and I still haven't taken the trash out to the curb. My house has two solid iron gates, one in the front and one to the side door / backyard. Lighting on our street or anywhere in our neighborhood isn't that great, but it's a quiet neighborhood with a lot of families and you rarely hear about crime here. I looked out the window by habit before I took the trash out and saw who I thought was my neighbor, smoking a cigarette outside of his gate across the street looking directly at me. For context, this is a normal occurrence. My neighbor across the street hides smoking cigarettes from his wife, so he typically does it late at night in front of his gate. I get off of work late, so I usually see him and we wave, say hi, chat a little, then I go inside and he makes the joke, "You didn't see me smoking," if my wife asks. So unbothered by seeing the guy, I go outside, grab my trash cans, open my squeaky iron gate and take them out to the curb. I did not have my glasses on at the time, so as usual I waved and said hello. However, the guy, who I thought was my neighbor, threw down the cigarette and quickly walked off down the street. It took a minute for me to register that he was not my neighbor. I was a little creeped out because he was clearly staring into my window from the opposite sidewalk, but also maybe it was a guy taking a night walk. Not unusual in our neighborhood, and just stopped for a cigarette. I thought I probably weirded him out as much as he weirded me out, went back inside and laid on the couch with my dogs to keep watching Game of Thrones. At some point, I fell asleep and I woke up hearing my gate squeak and my German Shepherd mix growling. He's extremely protective of our family at home, but he's also the kind of dog you can take anywhere because he's so friendly in public. My Aussie mix is more passive, but his sheer size and scary bark tends to deter people. He's very friendly though. I quickly got up and pulled back my curtain. My gate was still shut and I didn't see anything. My dog, however, continued to growl at my front door. I looked out another window, which had a better view of my front yard and porch. I didn't see anything. Eventually, my dog settled back down with my other dog, but I was still uneasy. I ended up watching TV again because I couldn't go back to sleep. About an hour later, I definitely heard my gate squeak. We are the only ones with a heavy cast iron gate and the noise it makes is so distinct. So I look out the curtain while my dogs are continuing to softly growl. My gate is halfway open but I don't see anyone. At this point I'm panicking. In my panic I couldn't find my phone. I grabbed my wooden baseball bat out of our room, crouched down, and started going through the couch cushions to get my phone. My dogs are oddly still quietly growling instead of barking, so I assumed no one was there. The minute I find my phone, my front door handle starts shaking. I run to the side door to let my German Shepherd mix out. I know he'll protect me and he can jump the 6-foot back gate. My Aussie mix, going crazy, busts out of one of our door side lights. I heard the guy say, "Oh crap," and immediately I let out my German Shepherd mix. I jumped up to look out the window, saw my dog latch on the guy's hand. The guy starts screaming and takes off down the street, my dog chasing him. I then become terrified he'll hurt my dog, so I run out with my baseball bat, screaming my dog's name over and over. The next thing I know, my dog is prancing down the street back to me, happy with blood all over his face. I called the police. They took another hour or so to show up and didn't seem to take me too seriously. They said they'd call local hospitals, but I never heard back. I called my husband bawling and he got on the next flight home. I stayed at his mom's for a few days, too terrified to go home. I did buy my dog's giant ribeyes for being so good in saving me. I don't know what that guy wanted, but since then I've been trained in firearms and self-defense. Quick backstory, I have had a stalker for about 4 years. He was never aggressive or sent me proper threats, so stubborn as I am, I did my best to ignore him and not give him the satisfaction of showing him any fear. His stalking behavior mostly just consisted of sending me letters and gifts, such as photos of my own apartment building from the outside, things he dug out of my trash can, and so on. I called the police many times, but they weren't able to, or really tried to be honest, catch or identify him. About 3 weeks ago, I discovered the AITA subreddit and thought that people might want to know about what it's like to have a stalker. Since I barely use any social media aside from Reddit and have no personally identifying information here, I didn't think he'd ever see it. One person even asked, does he know you're putting him on blast on Reddit? And I answered maybe. Maybe it would make him angry, maybe he'd be turned on. Don't know, don't care. Well, I know the real answer now. He did see it and he did not like it. Like I said, he was never aggressive and never came close to me. The closest I know of was when he sent me a picture of myself, unlocking my apartment door, taking from the corner of the steps above. I'm thinking that he might have hid a camera there instead of being there to take the photo himself. I think I would have noticed him if he did. I don't know how he got wind of the AITA post I made, but he did. The next week was quiet, no letters, and I didn't see him anywhere. Then he left me letters with printed out questions and my answers from the AITA post. He also left me with a long hateful letter towards my boyfriend about an issue I had posted on the AITA subreddit. His letters were never hateful like that before, though he never seemed happy with my boyfriend. He wrote about how I should share the spotlight with him since I got so much attention thanks to him. A few days later, I got a gift, but this time he didn't leave it in my mailbox or at my car like he usually did. No, this time he left it inside the apartment building right in front of my door. I didn't take it inside my apartment but opened it outside. It was a pretty big box, which was also unusual, and it was taped shut. As I'm typing it out now, I realized that wasn't a good idea at all and could have ended badly for me. But luckily he didn't send me anything deadly or anything. He did, however, send me several zip ties, a roll of tape, the kind you use to tape off walls when painting, nothing you could use to restrain someone, a TV remote with most buttons picked off, a pack of band-aids with a few used ones, not actually, just made to look that way according to the police, and a framed picture of me. I could tell the picture was taken a few days ago and my boyfriend was next to me but cut out of the photo. The frame was shattered and the package was full of glass shards, clearly more than just what could have fallen out of the frame, and they were also intentionally put inside the crumbled newspaper that was stuffed in there to keep it all in place. I called the police right away and gave it to them. They were more concerned this time. Finally, thanks. It told me they'd send patrol cars more frequently. He didn't show up or leave me any letters or gifts for about another week and a half. But 8 days ago it started again. I found letters in my mailbox where he wrote about how he wasted his time on me, how I haven't been appreciating his effort, how he was wrong about me being special. 5 days ago I left my apartment in the morning and heard a crunch sound as I stepped onto my doormat. He put broken glass under it in the night. I went off to work because I was in a hurry and was just going to make my boyfriend call the police, but then I found my car had also been vandalized. The sides were scratched, lights smashed, and the windshield had a phrase painted on. "It's time soon, miss," my last name. I went back inside and called the cops myself. They found the same phrase on a note under the doormat. This time they really took me seriously, which might have been because I was just pissed at this point, which I made very clear. All of this, the letters, gifts, photos, even the glass under my doormat, are just really annoying and inconvenient, but my car was useless to me now and the threat scared me even more. I did, however, have a dash cam in my car, and it caught everything. The police said they took the footage as evidence, even though the dash cam footage wasn't of high quality, and I had given them photos of him that were just as good before, but they said it's not enough, and they told me they'll look into it further and promised to send more patrol cars again. Then it was quiet for 2 more days. Until 2 days ago, someone rang the doorbell at just after 4 AM. My boyfriend and I got up, but we were both hesitant, but I saw the blue lights outside, and just as I got up I heard them shouting, "This is the police, please open the door." They told us they were called by one of our downstairs neighbors, who came home from his night shift after about an hour earlier, and heard someone else entering the building after them before their door fell shut. My neighbors know of my situation, and I've asked them to make sure they don't let strangers into the building. This neighbor then went into his own apartment and looked through the peephole. We have motion activated lights in the stairway, so he waited to see if they had turned back on. They did. Then he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above this neighbor are only me and my boyfriend, and a single mom with 3 kids who probably won't be getting any visitors at 3 AM, so he called the police. They came and found my stalker 1/2 floor above me on the stairs. He should have been able to see the cop car since there was a little window up there and they had their lights on, but he either missed them or wanted to get caught. They found a pocket knife on him and he confessed to being my stalker right away. He's finally caught. They got him. It took 4 years and one very vigilant and caring neighbor, but he's finally done. He's facing several charges and I've collected collected every single piece of evidence over the past 4 years. I don't know what kind of outcome I can expect, but for now, I finally got some peace. When I was a kid, my mom worked as a teacher and she was very close to a coworker of hers who had a son around my age and of whom I, as well, was very close. When my mom or her friend would head out for the night, the other would take care of both of us kids, and basically, it meant I spent half of my time over there and my friend spent half of his time at my house, which was perfect and fun for us. We lived in different cities, but since that kind of system had been going on pretty much forever since, I grew up knowing my friend's city just as well as mine. His mom was well aware of that, so that being said, whenever we were going on a walk in their area, she let us wander around because she knew we'd always find our way back to her. My mom though was more cautious and always kept an eye on us, as she'd walk behind us to make sure she always was able to see us. I just wish her friend would have done the same. One day, I had to be around 6 or 7, we were going on a walk with my friend Marcus and his mom Katie. It was a very sunny day and I was wearing a dress with embroidered flowers and I had my blonde long hair down. During that walk, Katie was walking ahead of us and I was chatting and just fooling around with Marcus when he suddenly remembered something urgent to tell his mom, as urgent as something can be for an 8-year-old boy. He ran up to her and left me strolling behind for a couple of minutes, just as it already had happened 100 times prior. That time though, we were circling around a big camping site and we walked by the white vans and camping cars. One of those vans had its back doors open and there was a man, probably in his mid-40s, smoking a cigarette and leaning on the vehicle. He locked eyes with me as I was approaching, then saw that Katie and Marcus weren't paying much attention to me as they were already a couple of meters ahead. Then he proceeded to pull me by my arm close to him, and so I found myself with my body touching his. So weirded out that I didn't even say a word, although I knew Katie would have heard me if I called for help. He leaned toward me as he was obviously much taller than I was, muttering something I didn't get, and he winked at me and kissed me on the lips and then pulled me to the open doors of his van. At this point, if he had pushed me just a little, I would have fell in the truck. At this point, I was just too scared to even lift a finger, and even though I didn't understand everything that was going on, I knew it wasn't okay. He put his hands on the door as to close the vehicle and I felt my heart sink. At that exact moment, some other man jogged towards us, in his 40s as well, waving hello to me and saying something along the lines of, "I lost sight of you for a bit, I was so scared." He had a very friendly look on his face and was staring at me with a great insistence and with a huge reassuring smile, and the van man awkwardly laughed and yanked me out of the way of the car, slamming the door shut. I ran to Katie as I heard the van go off and just acted as if nothing had happened. To this day, I never told that story to anyone, not to Katie or Marcus, not to my mom, nobody. I am 22 years old today. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Last year, I was staying in a university hall for my final year. It's a private building, so not connected to the university, and out in the city near the main town, we have a car park but nobody really uses it because we are poor students and it costs money to park there, so mine was one of the only 2 or 3 cars at a given time. The car park isn't well lit and it's to the side of the building, so you have to walk for about 2 or 3 minutes to get into the main door. I was sitting in my car one evening after getting back from the gym, just scrolling on my phone because my seat was warm and it was dark and raining outside, so I couldn't be bothered to get up yet. I was reading an article when suddenly someone started knocking on my window, which was really odd. It was a man dressed all in black, and he started telling me how his friend had seen me through the window and thought I was really attractive, so could he have my number? I responded no, that's a bit odd and I don't feel comfortable with it. He continued to be insistent for a while, practically begging me to get out and give them my number or any social media details, telling me I should come over and speak to his friend, who was, weirdly, stood at the other side of the car park, furthest away from the building. I kept saying no and scrolling on my phone to show that I wasn't interested. He finally relented and walked away. I text one of my friends to ask if he'd come and get me and walk with me to the building. As I was waiting, this man returned but now with his hood up, and he started banging loudly on my window, saying that I was being rude, ungrateful, calling me all kinds of names. I kept staring at my phone and pretending I couldn't hear him. He then started trying my door handle. Thankfully, I locked my car after the first encounter, and then began violently pushing into my car when it didn't work. I still kept ignoring him and text for my friend to probably bring some other friends with him. My friend was taking a long time to read my message and I was terrified, but for some reason didn't think to call the police, probably because I was scared of things escalating. The guy at my window had calmed down after a few minutes and walked off, saying that he'd leave me alone now. However, I watched him out of the corner of my eye join up with his friend and then maybe 3 or 4 other men. They walked so they were out of sight, but I could see their shadows lingering as they kind of circled around my car and moved towards the building but staying in the dark. They lingered there for for a while until luckily another car came, which was obviously full of students going to a party due to the loud music and singing going on inside. This group of men left as they saw these people arrive, and I latched onto them and was able to walk with them as they entered the building. When I got home, my friend finally responded. He said that he actually heard about these guys before. Apparently they'd followed another girl into the building and into the lift a couple of days prior, then stood in the lift making really gross comments to her. She had to run to her door and lock it, where they then stood outside knocking on the door and whispering for her to open it. We were able to report this to the building, who, to their credit, then hired a permanent set of security staff. We also got the CCTV footage of both incidents and were able to pass this on to the police. My mom's dog, Punky, was a very sweet loving dog. She was an ESA dog but trained to be a service dog for PTSD before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years she lived. She never growled or nipped anyone, and she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people. A real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at here was that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only saw it once. I, 11 years old, was at home with my siblings, 2 years old and 6 years old. My then stepdad is at work and my mom ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. It was only a mile or two away from us. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods, on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down our rickety driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer, having a grand time watching YouTube videos, when all of a sudden all of our dogs, about 2 Boston Terriers and 1 Chihuahua, perk up, bark a few times, and start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping in the bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figured they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up, and then she barks. Loudly, I mean, the bark booms through the living room and echoes around, and all of a sudden she lunges off of the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge because I don't think I've ever heard her bark, ever. She's a Basenji mix, so her bark is more of a baying sound, but this was a big, loud, alert bark. I stand up and go to look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. Knock, knock, knock. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our house was location-wise, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up here were family, and they didn't knock, so I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky, and I felt better with our 3 yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man I think I've ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly. He was a really thin, taller man with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes, and this half-managed hair, sort of like he just gave it a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin, a little too shallow, and his clothes were all off too. They were nice, but fake nice, you know? Like a clean, newer looking t-shirt and new jeans. But he had what looked like a suit jacket on. All his clothes were dark too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas, and the weather was definitely into the hundreds that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the label had been covered up and taped over. I stare up at him in confusion because I definitely don't know this man, and I asked him what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that's way too fake, like this exaggerated and forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do. Hey there kiddo, I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner, and he shakes the bottle at me. Mind if I come in to show you how good it works? Alarms are going off in my head because he just seems so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home is unnerving, because he probably knew they weren't and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, that I'd have to go get my mom, something except what I did say, but I didn't. Instead, I just shook my head and said, no, we don't have carpet. Well, it works on other things, and he took a big step towards the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out and think to close the door, but the thing is, our front door didn't even lock. Small town, hard to access home, we never needed a lock, so that's basically useless. I'm sure there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think I have before it does happen, when all of a sudden I hear it. Punky had crept up from the hallway, lowered towards the ground with her teeth bared and snarling like she was feral. She had slobber just dripping from her mouth, her ears were down and she was ready to pounce. shouts. The guy hears it too, and as I look towards Punky, she tries to lunge past me, and I just barely catch her with my leg as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Punky out along with the rest of our dogs and they start chasing him. Our small dogs chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about, but Punky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just staring in the distance until he disappears. I swear I saw someone jump up with him running when he got onto the road. The second he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew. No barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realized my siblings are still down the hall and run to check on them, and when I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side and the items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had tried to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Punky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Punky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Punky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mom inside while our small dogs were the ones that saw public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mom got home she took all of us to my aunt's house, and on our way there we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. In 2014, I moved to England from Canada to gain work/travel experience and also to find myself. I ended up living in Essex with 3 other roommates. They were all women, all a bit older than I was. I was 24 at the time, Megan was 31, Cherry was 34, and Cassie was 38. Megan was from New York, Cherry from New Jersey, and Cassie from Poland. All 4 of us shared this 3-story flat. The back of our home was the living room and the kitchen. The back wall was complete glass that looked out into the garden, and the garden was completely fenced in. The house had an interesting dynamic to say the least. Tons of stories from that time in my life. I adored all of my roommates except for Cherry. After living with Cherry for 7 months, I was over her antics. One day I come home from work, I lock the door, make myself something to eat, and go up to bed. I brought some work home with me, so I am in my night tie with all these papers around me and my headphones on jamming out. I had headphones on because Cherry was out to dinner with work friends. That meant booze, and then soon after that a tantrum was surely to come. I just didn't want to have to listen to her crazy scream crying. I am working away, completely focused until I feel something. I look up to see a man standing over me. I don't register it right away and passively say, "Cherry's room in on the 2nd floor," and continue to work. Cherry regularly brought strange men home. He doesn't leave. Again, "Cherry's room is downstairs, he then interrupts. I am not here for Cherry. A cold chill iced my veins. My fight or flight kicked in just then. I start surveying the situation. I look him up and down. He has a bottle of Prosecco in one hand and a knife in the other. He is about 5'10", wild muddy brown hair and black eyes. He has a light blue polo shirt on and one side of his collar is popped up in a distinct Manchester accent. Once I focused in, I realized his eyes were black because his pupils were completely dilated. I was in trouble. I needed an escape plan. Unfortunately, this man was standing in between me and my bedroom door. I needed to get downstairs, but I needed for him to think it was his idea. I decided to play along. Just then he uses his knife to pop the cork. Prosecco started flowing onto my carpet. I said, "Oh no, let's clean that up. I prefer to drink out of a proper bottle anyways." He nodded, replying, "Yeah, let's go." I try to act as natural as possible. I try not to show that I am shaking all over and try to gain control of my breathing. We take the long journey down to the main floor of my flat, all 3 floors. He has the back of my night tie bunched up in one hand and I could feel the point of the knife graze my back with his other. I was trying to playfully speak with him as we walked down the stairs. I couldn't tell you what I was saying. I was most likely rambling. I couldn't hear anything over my heart beating in my ears. We get to the bottom of the stairs and there is a hallway to my left that leads to the front door. On my right, which is much closer to us, is the kitchen and living room. We make our way into the kitchen. I point to the cabinets that had the wine glasses. He said he knew where they were and started walking towards them. I now had the kitchen table in between us. It was time to run. I burst into a sprint down the hallway towards the door. My hands fumble over the lock, shaking and sweating. I swing open the door and see 2 men walking across the street. They must have been walking home from the train. There was a big train station in front of our our home. I call out to them for help and suddenly I am flung onto the ground. Little pebbles piercing my skin sent sharp pains where they are jabbed. The intruder pushed me out of the way to run and escape. One of the men chased after the intruder while the other said for me to go inside while he surveyed my home and to call the police. I locked the doors and I called the police. While I am on the phone with dispatch, I manically run around the house to double check all the windows and doors. Suddenly, I hear a loud bang on my door. I inform the dispatch of the banging and she informs me that the police weren't there yet. I thought it might be one of the gentlemen who helped me. I go to look out the eye hole and it's him, the intruder. He came back. He's banging on my door screaming that I had his glasses and that he was not done with me. I absolutely freak out. The dispatcher attempts to calm me down, but I am losing my ever-loving mind. She then said, "They are pulling onto your street now. You should hear their sirens." I did. The intruder then blasts off. One officer jumps out of the passenger's side while the car is still moving and chases after him. The second officer comes into my home, interviews me, and the two gentlemen collects evidence, takes photos. The next morning I am called in to identify a man they had in custody. I pointed him out. I go into a little room and the officer pulls out an evidence bag. He asked me if the items were mine. They were my underwear and photos taken from my home. The officer informed me that the intruder had been stalking me for some time now. He estimates 3 months. He had made a nest outside our home on top of a hill that overlooked into our living room and kitchen. He is a known offender and drug dealer. He then told me how lucky I was to get out practically unharmed. Others weren't so lucky. So this happened in 2011, so the exact dialogue may have escaped my memory a bit, but the situation is something I'll never forget. Also, AIM was still pretty active during this time and so was video chatting. Thank Tiny Chat. This is important for later. I was on an online dating site and was talking to this guy. I was 31 at the time and he was 28. We talked for about 6 weeks before I gave him my phone number and we took it offline to calling and texting for another couple of weeks. 2 months after our initial chat, we were texting and he told me that he was out having a few beers at a bar near my house. He asked what I was doing and asked if I wanted to come out, but I had a very long day at work and didn't feel like going to a bar. I'm also not a big drinker. I invited him over to my place, I know, after he finished at the bar and he accepted. I figured I would be okay since I do keep firearms for protection and know how to defend myself, if needed. I also had a webcam. I took a shower so I wouldn't smell like a water buffalo in a hot day. The air went out at work, put on some makeup and got dressed to wait. He then called and said he was outside of my house. I clicked record on my computer's webcam program and turned off my monitor and went to let him in. It's around 10 p.m. and he comes in and we go back to my bedroom because my living room was being remodeled. We're sitting on the bed chatting for about an hour, talking about everything under the sun. The conversation flowed. He was very handsome and so easy to be comfortable with. We got on the subject of firearms and I showed him mine. About 15 minutes later he asked for some water, so I go to the kitchen to get him a bottle. When I came back, he said he got a phone call and had to leave. After he left, I looked on my nightstand where I put the firearm down after showing him and noticed that it was gone. I looked everywhere for it, thinking I had put it down somewhere else. Nope, not there. I then played back the recording from my webcam program and sure enough, it shows him grabbing it and putting it in his hoodie. I was terrified at that point. He knew where I lived. He had my firearm and he left his phone on my bed. Right then his phone rings and I answer it. Come to find out he's married. His wife was calling him wondering where he was. I told her everything, including the fact that he stole my firearm and I had video evidence and was calling the police on him. Next thing I know, he's banging on my door, my firearm in his hand, asking me for his phone. The conversation went like this. Him, I need my phone, give me my phone. Me, not opening the door but yelling through the window. Take the clip out of my firearm, empty the chamber, throw the clip into the bushes. The one in the chamber across the road and put it on the ground. Him, no, give me my phone. Me, I'm on the phone with your wife at the moment and I have you on video stealing from me. I put his wife on speaker. Wife. A whole bunch of expletives. Him, he runs and gets in his car and then comes back. I threw your gun in the ditch. At this point, I make him empty his pockets, take his pants off, take his hoodie off, and show me that he doesn't have my firearm on him. All the while, his wife is on the phone. I go outside and get in his car, in the driver's seat, and tell him to take me to where he threw my firearm. He proceeds to tell me that I don't know how hard it is for him, being a felon, not being allowed to own a firearm ever because of a mistake he made. The mistake, domestic violence, involving a firearm. We get up the road, he tells me that the firearm is there in the ditch. Then, I realize the situation I'm in. I can get out of the car and go get it, leaving him to do whatever to me if he chose. I could make him go get it, taking a chance of him seriously hurting me. I took that chance since I was on his phone with his wife and my phone with 911. He retrieves my firearm, brings it back to the car, and I drive back to my house and wait on the police. I get out of the car and he gets in the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with the police. I walk around the back of his car to get his license plate number, and he just puts his car in reverse, hits me, and takes off. They found him later that evening. He still had the clip and the one in the chamber in his pocket, so now he's enjoying some time in prison. So glad I never have to meet this person again. This takes place around 10 years ago when I was like 8 or 9. I lived in a pretty bad neighborhood in what was at the time a really rundown city. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad at the same time, just a few bad apples in the tree. Anyways, enough background on the neighborhood, and now onto the main story. My friends and I loved to play outside. It was the only thing we could do. No one in the neighborhood could afford any sort of electronics or any sort of fun machine to play with. We loved to just run through people's yards, cutting through houses if they just so happened to leave their door open. Now looking back on it, it is probably the dumbest thing kids our age could have been doing in a neighborhood like that. This story has nothing to do with running in people's houses. Just wanted to let you know how dumb of kids we were. Well, on one fateful day, we were playing hide and seek with 4 of us hiders and 1 of us a seeker. We thought it would have been a funny idea to go to the other side of the neighborhood so that the seeker could never find us and we'd win. We like to call that part of the neighborhood the rich part because they had 2-story houses over there and a forest with a creek in it. We were just doing our usual thing, cutting through people's yards and jumping fences, when we heard the loudest scream maybe 4 to 5 houses down. After hopping off the fence that we had just jumped, we all stopped and looked around wondering where it came from. I noticed that one of our hiders weren't with us anymore. 3 of us left. "Where's Isaac?" I exclaimed. We heard the scream again. I pointed towards where the sound came from and we all jumped back over the fence we just jumped from and ran towards the scream. When we thought we got to the spot where the screaming was coming from, there was nothing there but an empty plot of land in the forest. We all started to get scared. Did Isaac get lost in the forest? Did he get taken back there? Then we heard the scream again. It was definitely Isaac. I decided to be the man of all the other 8-year-olds and go into the forest to make sure Isaac was okay. As I started my way into the trees, I did one last look at my friends and saw how horrified their faces were. I knew at that moment that I was definitely the only one that would go down into the forest. Making my way in, I could feel all the heat in my body fading and some sort of dread starting to take over. As I walked further in, it started getting darker and harder to see. I was whisper yelling my friend's name. He responded in the most shaken up voice, "Down here, be quiet." I finally got to him and asked him what happened. He told me the story of how he got tired of running and decided to take a break on the curb to catch his breath, and that instead of being out in the open and risking the chance of being caught, he decided to go into the woods and hide. He said that after like 5 minutes after he sat down, he heard talking. Nothing that he could make out, just random nonsense. He looked around to see a man in a black hoodie hiding behind a tree on the other side of the creek staring at him, but the man took off before my friend could even get up to run away. And this is where he said he started screaming at the top of his lungs and hid somewhere else in the forest, which is where both of us are now hiding. And I kid you not, as soon as he told me this, we heard a twig snap. We both look up to see the man looking for us in some of the shrubbery on the forest floor. I couldn't make out any facial expressions or anything on his face. For a matter of fact, I could see he was holding some sort of blade. I couldn't tell if it was a stick or a machete. All I knew is that we needed to run. So when he turned us back, we got up and started running. We didn't care how loud we were, we just knew that we needed to run. We got out of the forest and told all of our friends to run as fast as they could down the street. We kept running until we got to the other side of the block and we all turned around to see the street empty. No one, not a single car. And from a distance you could hear a roar, or like a very loud engine. Shortly after that initial roar, a silver 2000s Mustang with the darkest windows comes peeling around the corner faster than I've ever seen a car go, headed straight towards us. I've never had my body tighten up like that at that very moment when I knew it was the same guy from the forest. I told all of my friends to split up and run into people's yards to hide. So as we were all hiding and running through alleyways and jumping fences, you could still hear his engine. It was like he was targeting only me. I can't even tell you how far I ran. I got to the point where I didn't even think I was in my neighborhood, but still I hear his engine coming up on me. So I ran more. I was exhausted. The sun finally started to set and I could hear his engine fade, almost like he had forgotten about me or had just given up. I start making my way back home scared, checking my back every so often to make sure I wasn't being followed. Once I made it home, I went right to bed to cry myself to sleep. And for months after that, that 2000 silver Mustang would follow us, stalking every corner that we played on. We would see it at our school and the grocery store. It could have been a coincidence that our little minds are not perceiving things around us, but either way, I think he was stalking us. Nothing actually came of him following us. He never did what he did that first day, but it was still so scary seeing that car everywhere we went. I didn't know what to do or how to tell my mom, so I didn't, and still haven't. This story's for the people of this sub and my 4 other friends. Funny enough, the seeker didn't know what happened until the day after we were at school and we told him. He still doesn't believe us and says it was to go inside and have him looking for us all night. So for a bit of context, I am a college student. Without giving too many details, I am a woman on the smaller side of average female height. I currently do not have a car, so I use my bike, walking, and the bus to get around. My college has a transit service that allows you to scan in with a student boarding pass for free. Other non-students are allowed to ride the bus by paying upon entering or purchasing a ticket beforehand. I frequently ride the bus for various reasons, grocery runs, or treating myself to food. And yesterday, I had the idea of treating myself to a movie after all the exams I have been having lately. I'm an avid horror fan and knew that Terrifier 2 was in theaters, so of course I wanted to see it immediately. One of my friends told me they found it funny and really enjoyed it, which was more than enough reason to go see it. I was looking at tickets the day before yesterday and trying to decide which time slot I wanted to see the movie in. Looking back now, something in my gut told me to choose the earlier time. I wish I had listened. Another detail I want to add is that there are 2 bus sizes, a large one and a small one. The bus I rode during the incident was the smaller one. The stop where I got on the bus is the beginning of the route. Unlike every other stop, the driver usually parks the bus here for 5 minutes and gets off to use the restroom or have a quick break before continuing with the rest of the route. Upon entering the bus, I noticed only 2 other passengers, another girl about my age and an older man. The girl was in the front of the bus on the right side and the man was in the second row on the left side. I sat on the right side, several rows back. I usually read something on my phone or listened to music on the bus, so I immediately got on my phone when I sat down. Everything was okay for a little bit until I looked up and noticed the man repeatedly staring at me and looking away before staring at me again. I was immediately apprehensive but just brushed it off. He started speaking aloud out of nowhere, saying things like "beautiful baby" and "so fine" while staring at me. I was frozen out of fear and could only keep looking at my phone and trying to ignore it. This continued until I worked up the courage to say, "Sir, would you please stop staring at me?" To which he claimed he was not staring and told me I was extremely beautiful. Unsure of what to say, I just stupidly thanked him and went back to my phone. He had his body slightly turned, but when I confronted him, he faced fully forward. The driver got back on and we started moving again, so everything was calm for a bit, though I was admittedly still shaken up. This calm did not last long. Obviously, this creep couldn't contain himself and just had to voice his opinions about me out loud. He started saying similar things again, but also added some new phrases such as, "gonna make you my wife," and by far the worst one, "I'm gonna get you pregnant." I was shaking at this point and was unsure what to do. I desperately wanted to sit next to the other girl, but did not want to pass by him to sit by her. We made it to the other 2 stops before the girl got off and said sorry before leaving. My heart dropped to my stomach. The last thing I wanted was to be alone with this guy. Luckily, more people got on at the stop. A middle-aged couple and a guy about my age. In a panicked voice, I sort of shouted and asked the guy my age if he would sit with me. He was a bit confused but came to sit by me and I immediately felt relief. The stress of the situation got to me and I broke down crying. I guess the creep took this as indication to leave because he swiftly made his exit after that. The kind younger guy who sat next to me and began to comfort me. I am so grateful he chose to ride the bus that day. The bus driver noticed the commotion and called me to the front to get information in order to make a report. He told me he couldn't hear anything but that buses have video and it would hopefully pick up what the creep was saying. He told me that the same man had recently been kicked off for a similar incident and that he would be reporting this immediately. For the rest of the ride, the younger guy and I talked about things like majors and other school related stuff. I want to go into the marine biology field and he is a graduate student in mechanical engineering. I made it to the movies, it was awesome, and back home safely, but I definitely learned a lesson. My boyfriend is going to help me look into some self-defense items and he taught me a few fighting tactics. This happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door. This confused me, as no one ever used that door. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. These doors were a little inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs, as opposed to the wider main entrance at the front. It didn't make sense to use the back entrance, and I couldn't think of anyone who would go to that door to visit. As I approached the back door, I saw two tall men in the window, standing at the door. I did not feel safe opening the door, so I called out hello. One of the men tapped on the window. "Yes, hello, may we come in? We are with Bresnan." At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but did not have any issues with it. I replied, "We're not having any issues with Bresnan, is there a problem?" "Ma'am," the man said, "can we come in? We're servicing the area and it's important we look at your cable." I shook my head. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, "so there's no need to stop by." "Ma'am, we are visiting every resident. Let us in so we can do our job." I noticed the man grab the doorknob and try to open the locked door. I slowly grabbed a knife from our knife block and held it at my chest. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, trying not to convey shakiness in my voice, "so you don't need to be here." The two figures appeared to shuffle and then straighten. "Ma'am, let us in. We're on a deadline and need to do our job." I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive home from work. I gripped the knife tighter. "Ma'am," I saw him try the doorknob again. Just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Could I please get your names and badge numbers? I can give your supervisor a call to let them know our cable is fine." I heard another shuffle and one of the men replied, "No need to, ma'am. We're sorry we wasted your time." With that, both of the men exited the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company. When my husband returned home, I told him what had happened. I was still very shaken up and had started crying again after he came home. He immediately called the Bresnan Cable Company and spoke to a representative, who informed us that no one from their company was out on assignment in our area. The next day, we asked our neighbors if they had a visit from the company. No one had. For the longest time, there was this man that would sit in his garage and watch me. He was an older man and he was very scrawny. He had patchy gray hair and a super gross beard. I never learned his name, so we'll call him Nick. He looked like a Nick to me. I moved into my classic suburban home before I was even born. I've been living here my whole life, and the first memory I have of Nick was when I was 10 and he gave me a small 2-finger wave as I walked back home after school. I had to see him every day since my bus stop was a few houses down and I walked like a block to get home. My mom said he dropped by after I was born, knocked on the door in the middle of the day, and rang the doorbell until someone answered. My mom finally answered, my 1-year-old brother attached to her leg and newborn me in her arms. She said his face lit up when he saw me. He smiled brightly and asked to hold me. She obviously denied, cause who comes to your house to hold your child when you don't know them in the slightest? She said he scowled at her before calmly walking back to sit in his garage to smoke a cigar. After my first encounter with Nick, I never stopped seeing him. Every day after school, every morning before school, every time I took my dogs out for a walk, every time I peeked out of my window at 3 a.m. I swear this guy never slept. I told my brother how it freaked me out and he said he was probably on house arrest and that was the only way he could get out. We learned that wasn't true when he knocked on our door. Small background for this bit, my mom is very weak. She has an autoimmune disease and her legs and feet will go numb randomly. She's doing a lot better now, but this event happened when she was pretty bad. She insisted she take the dogs out alone and I didn't want to argue, so I sat in the living room. After about a minute I hear a knock. I yell out that the door's unlocked, thinking it's my mom, but there's a louder knock. I get up and go to the door, I open it and there he is, smiling at me. "Hey hun, your mom fell off the porch, you might want to help her," Nick states, giving me goosebumps. His voice was unreal, so raspy and sounded like he was in the process of choking. He leaves very quickly and I hurried to help my mom off the grass. Calling my younger brother to get the 2 dogs inside, I gave her the "I told you so" speech and she grumbled about it for weeks. My younger dog, a pit bull made of 98% muscle, got excited when she saw a bird. She pulled to get the bird and yanked my mom off the porch. She was standing behind a pot and tripped over it on her way down, making the fall hurt a lot more. She had a black eye and her legs were scratched up. The pot of flowers that she tripped over was smashed, but she was okay otherwise. Flash forward to my 13th birthday and my mom's in the hospital, so my dad goes all out, letting me invite a lot of my friends over for a sleepover, making us dinner and breakfast and just letting me have an amazing time. There's a park across from my suburb that I walk over to sometimes. I decided that I wanted to take my friends there to chill before their parents picked them up. The night before, we were looking out the window and giggling about the man. I know it's creepy and we were 13, so they knew he was weird. I told them to ignore him if he talked to them, but I didn't take my own advice. Hey Rosie, he said it so quietly I barely heard him. My name is Rose, and Rosie is a nickname my grandfather often used. I never told this guy my name, neither did any of my family members. Hi, I replied, and my friends all scowled at me, knowing I screwed up. How's your mom? She's fine. I go to leave before I pause. How do you know my name? You told me, remember? No, I don't, because it didn't happen, but I wanted to get away, so I agreed. Oh right, I chuckle. Me and my friends scurry off to the park. The next day, there's a box of chocolates sitting on the porch, a note with Rosie and Chicken Scratch writing on top of it. I pick it up and look over at the guy. He waves, and I can see that his left hand has disappeared into his pants. Gross. I leave the box out there and tell my dad. The next morning, me and my dad take our dogs out. No man. I figured he gave up after he saw me reject his chocolates. A few weeks later, a large family moves into the house, and I hadn't seen a trace of the man until yesterday. I'm 15 now, and the woman who lives in the guy's house comes over yesterday. Does a Rosie live here? She asks. I had answered the door and my heart drops at the nickname from the stranger. Yeah, why? She hands me an envelope with my full name written on it. The guy who lived in the house before us said to give Rosie this on her birthday. It's not Rosie's birthday. I was trying to pretend I'm not Rosie. Oh well, I just took a guess. He didn't give us a date. Have a good day. My dad opened the envelope wearing a mask because I quote, what if he filled it with cocaine? The note inside just said, love you in his writing, red ink, my favorite color. I was about 5 or 6. I went to my local kindergarten, and I was as carefree as a child can be. The greatest of my worries being if my mom forgets to pick me up from school. She never does, and every day we walk from school to home and vice versa since it was a good walking distance. We lived in a compound that's kind of secluded and mostly inhabited by old people or boarding students who went to the university near it. This morning started out like any other. My mom picks me up and we're walking along the small path in our compound along with 4 other people, 3 high schoolers, 2 of which were walking together, and a female college student. She was holding a handkerchief over her head because of the heat. The sun was high up and glaring in the middle of the day that you wouldn't expect anything to happen, but it did. We were quite far back from this group when I turn around and see a man join us. He's clearly not from there. He had a bright neon green bag in front of him which was slightly opened, one of his hands inside of it. His clothes were kind of dusty, but most of all he was glaring at us. It was just us 5 walking in this quiet compound, and my little self didn't think much of it, up until my mom squeezed my hand and started speed walking. At first I was confused, but I knew the only thing that could trigger this was that there was a danger behind us, and it came in the form of the stranger that was following us closely behind. I kept looking back discreetly, although it was probably obvious, and still he kept staring at all of us, getting closer and closer. I looked up at my mom trying to ask what was going on, but her low murmurs didn't really translate well for me, except my ears picking up on the word knife. That's when I felt my stomach drop. My stupid little legs weren't fast enough. Factor in my mom's older age, she was around 50, compared to our other companions. We were the easy target. We were pretty much at the back, but our house was near and I focused on that. Because if I thought about the threat behind us, my legs would feel like jelly and I'd end up slowing down. Still, I couldn't resist looking back. He just kept getting closer and closer, shortening the distance between us. I remember thinking about how I wanted to scream for help, desperately looking at these houses that seemed empty, wanting to go inside, but my mom's firm grip kept me going. Anyways, we lived here too. I never really knew if the others were aware of it, not much until later. One of the high schoolers left to a house over the basketball court, and further down the path veered off to a different trail that led to the main highway, so it was just us and the female college student. Goody. At this point, the man was also speed walking and catching up, but our apartment was merely a few steps away, and my mom and I dashed towards it, up the stairs and into the comfort of our own home. The man gave us one last glare, but he continued to walk. My heart was pounding against my chest. My mom had left me to lock the door while she stared out the window. She kept repeating, he has a knife, I saw it. He's holding a knife. I run towards the window and catch a glimpse of the girl, still clutching that handkerchief above her head, looking behind her in fear and alarm as the man continued to follow her, his bright neon bag in front of him, now wide open, his hand still inside, as he kept getting closer and closer. I don't really know what happened after, only of my mom's recollection of the events. She had noticed the man suddenly come up behind us too, and her suspicions were raised when he didn't try to walk past us like the others, but maintained a close distance between us. And then she saw the knife hidden in his bag, holding onto it as he stared at us. I hope that girl's okay and that man was detained or something, but it's been years now and I don't really know what happened to her. Don't really know if I'd like to. This happened about 5 years ago. I was around 16 to 17 years old. I always enjoyed walking. I would spend at least 1 hour a day walking the roads around where I lived. One day I was out doing my normal route, walking down my street that my house was on, taking a right out to the main street, and following it until I got to the end. There I would cross the crosswalk and retrace my steps to go home. On this particular day, I was about 20 feet from where I would leave the main road on my journey back home. I had my headphones in, blasting music as always, which can be a bad habit as I was young walking alone, but since it was daylight and the roads were pretty busy, I figured I was safe. But man, was I ever off with that assumption. As I was about to pass the entrance of a side street before leaving this main road, a black Ford F-150 pulled up. He stopped and gestures for me to walk in front of him, so I do so. I was about to go on my merry way when I barely heard someone trying to talk to me. I turned down my music, taking out my headphones as I looked to see the man in the black Ford still stopped at the entrance of the side road. I looked at him puzzled, trying to figure out if he was talking to me. I pointed at myself and he grinned, nodding. "What's a beautiful girl like you doing out here?" he asked. I laughed awkwardly. Walking," I replied, seeing as the answer should have been obvious. "It's a beautiful day for that," he commented, just seeming to make small talk. "Yeah," I stated before going to turn around and continue my route home. "Wait," the man called. I stopped and turned around, just trying to be polite. Even though the encounter was odd, I didn't see too many red flags yet. The man continued to compliment me. I grew incredibly uncomfortable at this point, seeing as this man had to be in his mid-40s. He had a bit of a receding hairline with black hair, a nose with a protruding bridge, blue eyes that were surrounded by slight wrinkles, and was dressed in a dress shirt, so I instantly brought up my age. I was hoping saying this would get this fully grown adult man to back off, but he didn't. "Oh, that's okay, come on sweetheart, get in the truck." That's when I started panicking, red flags shooting up everywhere. Stranger danger. I laughed nervously, looking at the cars around me to see if anyone was noticing what was happening. Nobody did. "No, that's fine, my house isn't far." "No, really, get in the truck, I'll bring you home." "No." "Come on, just get in here with me," he called as I turned and started walking away. I was hoping he'd just drive off somewhere else, but he didn't. Instead, he drove extremely slow, following me, complimenting me, and trying to pressure me to his truck. I thought fast of multiple options for different scenarios, but I chose a simple one. I pulled out my phone, and while still walking, I lifted it up to my ear, pretending to loudly answer a call. "Hey dad, yeah no, I'm just on Interstreet name here. I'll be home in about 10 minutes. I stopped pretending to listen to her reply. "Okay, you're outside waiting for me? Awesome, yeah we can do that when I get back. Love you." After he heard me say that, he took off, tires screeching. I ran back home and made it back within about 6 minutes, actually calling my dad on the way, who made a call to the police, who showed up shortly after and took my statement and description. Turns out there was a man on the loose in my area who was exposing himself to kids and trying to pick them up. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I started a new job about 6 years ago. It was great. Really liked all my coworkers, and the job itself is really awesome and I still love it. This was before the pandemic and everyone was in the office every day. I work in a large multi-floor, multi-wing building filled with numerous businesses and agencies. I started getting into a routine. We have a gym and locker room in our building. I would go work out before I was on the clock and shower, get ready, etc. I'd go get breakfast at the next building over most mornings at around the same time. I'd go on walk breaks with coworkers at pretty much the same time every day. It was very regimented. In the morning when I worked out, everyone had a pretty set schedule. We didn't know each other, but there was kind of an unspoken pattern. A coworker would finish and shower before me, then I'd go, then the head maintenance guy for the building, and so on. This is where it all begins. One morning, like every other, I get out of the shower and I'm in the small locker area, and there's this little older man over at the sinks. He's not doing anything but looking at himself in the mirror, but you could tell he was just loitering. Weird, but whatever. A few days later, he's there again. Then he's there every morning at the same time, and he's definitely looking at me while I change. This creeps me out, so I stop working out in the morning. Then, after a few weeks, we're walking back from getting breakfast, and he's walking the other way towards the other building. I tell my coworker that's the guy that would always be in the locker room watching me get dressed. After a few more days, he's walking the other way from us getting breakfast every day, and he looks right at me every time. So I make an excuse and stop going for breakfast. Our 9 AM walk around the building, he starts just appearing and walking the opposite direction from us every day. Literally everyone walked around the building in the same direction except for this guy, and he'd stare at me as we passed. I'd tell the coworker who was a woman about the guy and what had happened, and she just laughed it off. The only reason he'd go the opposite direction is to make sure he saw me. Our 1 PM walk around the building, wouldn't you know it, he's there walking the other way and staring. So I just stopped going on walks at work. This is where the real magic begins. I have no clue where this guy worked in our building. I would come into our hallway every morning at the same time. From the time I went through the doors to the time I got into my office, it was maybe 15 seconds. We were on the first floor, and at the end of our wing is a staircase. Every morning as I'd come into our wing, he would pop out the stairwell and come walking the opposite direction and stare at me as we passed each other. One morning I'm walking into the bathroom to go number 2. I stop and blow my nose real quick. As I'm walking to the back stall, he comes into the bathroom. We have 2 urinals, 2 stalls in this particular bathroom. No one is there but us. He comes into the stall next to me, widens out his feet so his shoe is under the divider and on my side of the stall. This dude is tiny, maybe 5 foot, so he'd have to almost be doing the splits. Then he lets out this deep loud moan after about 30 seconds, then leaves. I start telling all of my coworkers. Most of them laugh. I felt so creeped out and helpless. Like, what do I do? Any guy I work with that I tell this about laughs at me. The women just shrug it off or have an excuse for why he is always there. So I ask one coworker to pick any event at any time during the day to prove he will show up. So we decide to go out for a walk at noon. After 5 or 6 days, there he is. Now she believes me. Everyone in the office knows now. I've told my wife all about this and she is supportive. She has had her share of workplace creepers as well. I get to read the texts and emails. My closest coworker and I decide to start working out at 1:30 p.m. every day. I want to get my gym time in, but I don't want to do it alone. After about a week and a half, guess who starts showing up every day? He'd just come in and loiter around. Mind you, the guy has never tried to talk to me before and vice versa. 2 guys lifting weights and this little old creepy guy just sitting there watching me. Here's where it hits the peak. My lifting buddy had to cut out early one day. My stalker is there with us. I was just going to leave, but screw that, I don't want to let this little weirdo control my life anymore. There is an elevated padded stretching platform on the weight side of our gym. He takes his shoes off, lays on his back and starts doing hip thrusts in the air and holding it while he stares right at me. I'm walking around trying to pretend I don't notice him while he follows me with his eyes, pelvis elevated in the air. After 20 minutes of this, he puts his shoes back on and goes into the locker room. I'm texting my lifting partner and wife the whole time telling them this is going on. My wife tells me to confront him, I don't. I get in the locker room to grab my bag and he's at the sink, the top couple buttons of his shirt unbuttoned, and he's rubbing water all over himself while looking at me in the reflection in the mirror. That was it for me. I started working from home almost exclusively after that, then the pandemic hit and I've been remote ever since. This happened Sunday night. I got into a very huge fight with my mom and it was very emotional and intense to say the least. We made up and said goodnight to each other, but I was still pissed off. So my impulsive self decided I was going to take off for the night. I just wanted to cool off. I went into my backyard and hopped over one of our walls and started to walk around. Mind you, it was midnight. I didn't even have a phone in case something happened or a weapon for self-protection. For a bit of a layout on my story, down the street from my house, which is a neighborhood road, there is a church and a preschool across from it. In front of the preschool there are large, tall hedges that sort of hide the pickup/drop-off that's in front of the school. There's a stop sign on the church's corner before the busy main road and a street lamp on the same corner. I made my way down to the corner on the church's side. I was very bored and cold, but it's not like I could call a friend to pick me up and hang out for the night. I decided to face the main road and put a hitchhiker's thumb up in hopes of someone pulling into the street and letting me use their phone to call a friend. After what felt like forever, I was getting no luck and then I saw a guy from across the main road and I called for him. I didn't have any weird feelings about him. He was harmless and he let me use his phone, but I still wasn't able to find any of my friends to come and get me. Before he left, he asked if I had a knife on me or something. I said honestly, I forgot mine at home, and he handed me a small but very sharp switchblade and told me to keep it, to stay safe and have a good night. After watching him walk into the dark heading east, I wandered up and down the sidewalk as cars passed by often. I started to pass the hedges and I glanced over to the left of me where the school was. I saw a large silhouette of a man slowly creeping around in front of the doors to the small preschool. He was tall and looked like he was strong, broad shoulders too. It took me half a second to realize he stopped and saw me too. I went into flight mode and immediately noped out of there and ran across the busy street because it was empty at the moment and kept sprinting until I was 5 streets down and realized he wasn't following me. About 30 minutes had gone by and I decided it was time I made my way home. I eventually crossed the street and was facing the main road walking down to the church and take a left and get home. It was silent and no cars had gone by for a few minutes at that point. Then I heard a car speeding down the road and I turned my head back to see if it was a large white Suburban. I dismissed it thinking nothing of it as it turned right a few streets down across the road. I started to turn the corner under the street lamp when I looked back up again and saw it was starting to come out of the same road it just turned into. I don't know what told me to run, but I did. I ran into the parking lot of the church and started to see headlights turn into the street. I threw myself onto the ground behind a ramp wall that was barely tall enough to hide me. I was trying to stay silent at the same time because the Suburban's headlight reflected off the walls walls of the building as it pulled into the parking lot. It made a few laps from what I could sneak a peek of and stopped in the middle for a couple of minutes before it turned out and drove into the main road. I waited it out a bit longer and pulled the knife out, listening for anything and everything. Once I realized I was probably in the clear, I ran back home. I'm a French student doing a master's in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I live alone in an apartment in a building where there are only students. I'm 22, enjoying life peacefully. To give you a bit of context, I live in a calm, good neighborhood. The only noises I'd hear are the tram or parties in the building since a lot of students are there. One night around 10 p.m, I hear a knock on my door. I live on the 3rd floor, and to get to my front door, you have to open the main door, which needs a key. And then you need to open the door to my corridor with the same key. So people who want to come into my door must have the key, call me, or ring at the door so I could open the doors for them from my apartment. Nothing of this happened. I just heard a knock on my door. I usually open the door without a second thought, whether it's my landlord or a neighbor asking for something. As I told you, I feel pretty safe in the building, but this time, for some reason, I had a bad feeling about this. I didn't move at first. I thought the person would just leave. I'd finished my assignments. However, the knocking continued for 30 seconds. I said yeah in English. The person knocking doesn't say anything. I ask in English again, who is it? The voice answers in English, it's Uber Eats, which is weird because Dutch always speaks Dutch and I recognize the voices and accents of everyone on my floor who have the key to access the floor. So it wasn't a neighbor, it wasn't my landlord, it was somebody claiming to come from Uber Eats. But the issue is I didn't order anything from Uber Eats that day. The voice was unfamiliar. In case it's a prank or a neighbor pulling a joke, it was also a deep voice, at least 40 and probably a smoker. I replied that I didn't order anything, you must have it wrong. After a few seconds, the knocking continues and the same voice says, I'm pretty sure you did, I have an order under your name. I start panicking. I look around to pick up a knife in case he breaks the door because the knocking was getting a bit louder. I checked if my door is locked, it wasn't. I was literally 10 centimeters away from him. My front door was the only thing keeping him from me, and I'm glad it doesn't open from the outside. You need a key to open it even if it's not locked. I step back and I ask again, what's the name? He seems to be thinking for a few seconds, then a final knock occurs. It was loud and it translated some anger or frustration. Finally, I hear him going down the emergency stairs right next to my apartment. The steps were heavy and the person was clearly in a hurry. I don't know what he wanted or what would have happened to me if I'd opened the door as I usually do. I still haven't understood how he got through the 2 doors, and why he did come specifically to the last apartment on the 3rd floor. Did he try others before? I posted a post about it on the WhatsApp group we have in the building. No one saw anything suspicious. No one opened the door for anyone. I grew up out in the wooded country in Illinois, on a short dead-end street 10 plus miles from a town, and there were 7 houses in the area spread out on a 2.5 acre wooded lots or larger each. There were no large wild animals, there aren't bears or large animals in the region, and people didn't meander there or show up lost. Actually, lost folks or large animals wandering around never happened in the 20 years I lived there, so please keep that in mind. When I was a young girl in my early teens, I had a good guy friend a few years older than me who lived next door, Terry. Terry was allowed to go out with his friends much later than I was, and he would sometimes walk over to my yard after getting home late and throw rocks from the gravel area outside at my window to chat. My bed was right next to the window. I'd open the window and we'd whisper stories and generally talk for a bit. My 2nd story window faced our backyard and his house was to the side. I could see his house from my window over the shrub trees and walking path to his driveway. I'd often know if he was out. The light was on over the side door entrance, or already home. Light was off. One time during the summer when my window was open, I heard a car in his driveway dropping him off. I was probably 14 years old and it was around midnight. I heard Terry get out of a car and was talking to his friends. Soon his friends pulled away. I softly called out as loud as I could without waking my parents, asking Terry to stop by and chat. He didn't respond as he probably didn't hear me. Then I came up with a not so brilliant idea to sneak outside and scare him. As kids, we'd often sneak around and scare each other. So I silently sneaked down from the 2nd floor and out my back garage door, which led to our backyard below my window, which led to Terry's house off the side through our gravel area, then through a well-worn path through the woods about 25 feet long. My parents had put in a gravel pit around the back of the house, probably because nothing much grew due to the shade of the oak trees. There were 14-inch oak rounds set out as an uneven stepping path in the gravel, and if you stepped off of the rounds in the church of gravel/rocks would give you away. I picked my way expertly and silently across the log rounds facing Terry's house. My eyes got accustomed to the dark and I didn't see him. Also at that time, I heard the door of his house close and the light going off signaling he went in, likely to bed. I waited a bit as I thought I saw something move in the woods between our houses, but not on the path we'd always use. If you didn't use the path, there were wild rose and raspberry plants that had thorns and were painful to walk through if you weren't careful. So I thought it was odd that he'd been in the woods, but maybe he wanted to scare me like I was plotting to do to him. But I saw something human-sized and dark moving through the woods slow and pausing every once in a while like me. It was coming closer and I definitely saw it, but it was strange in that it wasn't walking directly to my window to talk. Therefore, I hunched down and waited in silence, wondering if I could still startle him. I still thought it was Terry and he saw me sneak out and he was trying to scare me. I watched a dark outline of a human figure moving, but then I would lose sight of it in the foliage. It seemed to be stalking slowly and listening/checking every few feet while hiding. So I whispered after losing patience one last time for Terry, but he didn't answer. I got bored of hiding and crouching, so I quietly tippy-toed back to my garage door and went back inside, silently locking up as I went. I snuck back upstairs to my room above the area where I was just standing/crouching. My window was open and I definitely heard someone or something walking around the yard. I whispered again for Terry out my window but got no answer. Then I heard someone or something fall and grunt pretty loudly in the window well right below my window. It wasn't enough to wake my parents, but definitely loud enough I didn't mistake it, and it sent a shock of fear through me. If you aren't familiar with a window well, it's a semicircle hole connected to the house, dug out for about 3 or 4 feet deep and reinforced with metal. It allows a basement window to be put in below ground level and the hole lets some natural light in. There's no way Terry would have fallen in our window well. We have been playing hide and seek and many outdoor games for years since we were young around the whole neighborhood. We knew everyone's window wells and house footprints, plus paths in the woods like the back of our hands. The grunt sounded humanish and not like an animal. It also pulled itself out quietly without a lot of thrashing. That's when I realized this wasn't a fun game and someone or something was out there and it wasn't Terry. I tried to look outside my window as best as I could, but there was a screen on my windows to keep the bugs out, so I couldn't lean my head out the window to see next to the wall of our house directly below me. I then heard the crunch of rocks as whatever it was stepping in the noisy gravel. Again, Terry would know where the log rounds were and would not step in the gravel. He knew my parents were pretty strict and he was as good at being quiet as I was. Whatever it was stopped and I held my breath. I pretty much sat there with my face pressed against the screen 2 stories up for probably half an hour. It seemed like an hour, but I'm pretty sure I didn't have patience back then to wait that long. I never heard it leave, but I grew tired and eventually fell asleep on my bed that was next to the window. There are a few things I'm certain of. It wasn't Terry. I asked him later and he said he went to bed that night when he got home. He also would have no reason to lie. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of our neighbors and I can't think of any reason a person would be there. We had a few neighbors and only 2 other houses out of 7 had kids. Again, these 7 houses were spread out in 2.5 plus acres per home. There weren't any big animals in the area. As wooded as the whole area was, we only had some deer, but they were hunted and didn't come close to homes. Plus our dogs scared them away. When I was 25, there was a short time I was staying at my aunt's. It was her, my 2 cousins, and I. She lives in a nice apartment complex and her unit is on the lower level. Her living room has a lot of windows that she keeps open for fresh air and for her cats to people watch. Her unit happens to be on the corner near a grassy courtyard path. When I had first moved in, I noticed a man who gave me an off vibe. My cousins and aunt said he lived upstairs and 2 units over, recovering from hard drugs that permanently messed him up. His parents paid for him to stay there as they didn't want him with them. They also said other than hearing him mumble and say weird things, no one ever had an issue. My aunt works nights and leaves at 3 a.m. My younger cousin works nights and leaves at 2 a.m. That usually left my same aged cousin and I the only 2 there until we leave for work around 8. For context, it is a very open living room to dining room plan. My aunt always has people staying over, so she has a second couch in the dining room in place for a table. This is where I slept. She stayed on the one in the living room. My aunt has also never been one to lock her doors until this incident. One night I'm on my phone trying to sleep at about 1 a.m. and hear a man yelling. He's yelling, "Don't shoot," and banging on the door to the right of ours. 2 male college students live there and just told him he had the wrong apartment and to leave. He says sorry and walks off. I am looking through the kitchen window, which is in direct line of sight from my couch bed, and it's the weird neighbor who sees me and grins. He then walks back to his home. I was unsettled but not enough to wake anyone else up over it. Told my family nonchalantly the the next day in a LOL that was weird way. My cousin and I watch a movie and head off to bed. I have a very hard time staying asleep, but I woke up this time to the feeling of someone watching me. I check my phone and it's around 3:30 a.m., so I know it's not my aunt or cousin. I sit up and figure I'll go watch TV on my aunt's couch since she was gone already. The feeling gets stronger as I am in the living room. Then I see the shadow of a person standing still in the grass courtyard looking in. I froze. I immediately go back to my couch to get my phone. As I do, the person is gone. I am now trying to calm myself down and think of waking my cousin up when I hear the creepy man's voice. He is now at the kitchen window which looks out directly in front of her front door. I drop to the floor out of his line of sight and start frantically trying to call my cousin. The man is now saying things at the window/front door like, "I'm going to hurt you" and "I'm unarmed" over and over again. His face is up against the window. Then he starts talking about wanting to pet the cats he saw through the window. I can't get a hold of my cousin. It's been about 20 minutes of this. At this point, in this situation, I didn't have many options. I could jump up and run for a knife, but I need to go to the kitchen. I could try to respond and ask him to leave, but I've learned when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. I now hear him knocking and knocking while repeating his nonsense. I'm doing that ridiculous looking army crawl snake slither across the floor down the hall now. I see the door handle start to turn. I'm about to jump up when my cousin bursts out of his room directly across from the front door. Now, he's not the biggest guy, but he was intimidatingly mad at the circus show taking place at his front door. He starts yelling at the guy that he needs to get off of his porch and that he's calling the cops. The man tries to say, "I'm unarmed. I'm not going to hurt you. Don't be afraid." My cousin goes off and yells, "That's dandy. It's 4 a.m. You need to leave or I'll call the cops." So this guy backs up with his hands in the air and leaves. Needless to say, we didn't go back to sleep. My aunt was called, who called the apartment manager. The next day when I came home from work, his parents were there packing moving boxes in a truck from his place. Maybe he was trying to get me to open the door by seeming friendly. Maybe he had a bad trip and really wanted to pet a cat to feel better. We will never know. This happened over 20 years ago. I was driving back home with my girlfriend at the time. It was Christmas Eve and my mother's family used to hold a large celebration at my aunt's house in Estacada. This was my girlfriend's first time meeting with my extended family, but she got on quite well with them. We spent the majority of the afternoon and evening talking, playing poker, opening presents, and drinking an assortment of adult beverages. My girlfriend had been quite inebriated by the time we had to leave. Therefore, I'd be driving us home. It was around 11 p.m. or so. I was driving my girlfriend's car along Highway 211. Now, this stretch of road is surrounded by farms and dense patches of forest, and parts of it are unlit. But nothing to fear. I grew up in this area, so I knew this road like the back of my hand. The both of us were just driving and talking away, just two young lovers making the most of our moment together. There is a portion of the highway that descends down an enormous hill before crossing Deep Creek. Surrounding both sides of the road are thick forest. There are no lights. The only thing we could see was the area directly in front of our headlights. I drive down the hill, cross the bridge, and uphill through more forest. It's as the highway starts to flatten out that it happens. Something sprints across the road so suddenly that I almost hit whatever it was. I slam on the brakes. I turn to my girlfriend and ask her if she saw it. She confirmed that she had, but she couldn't make out what it was. Maybe it was a coyote, as they are a fairly common sight in this area, but something felt off about it. Whatever it was that ran in front of our car disappeared into the woods next to the road. Coyotes don't usually dart out in front of cars, not like that anyway. So for some reason, I decided to check it out. I turned the car around and switched on the high beams to better light up the forest in which this thing had vanished in. I step out of the car and walk towards the woods. I don't see anything, but now it feels like perhaps I'd made a grave error. Suddenly, the car's horn blasts. It's not a beep 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 that you get if you'd say your driver or passenger wanted you to hurry up and get in the car. No, this was a long blaring beep. I walk back into the car and ask my girlfriend why she leaned on the horn like that. She said nothing. Instead, she pointed to a spot about 50 feet from where I was standing. I looked over in that direction and that's when I saw it. Surely this was the thing that ran in front of our car. It was a man. He was completely naked. His skin was covered in dirt and mud. He looked back at us and then he smiled and waved to us just before turning around and walking back into the forest. Needless to say, we got out of there. Once we were safely driving again, my girlfriend explained what had just happened. While I was trying to look for whatever was in the area that initially vanished in, he circled back around and came out from another spot in the forest, beyond my car headlights. My girlfriend had seen something out of the corner of her eye, and that's when she saw him. Before she honked the horn, he was walking towards me. We called the authorities once we got safely back home, but they never found anybody. The officer we spoke to assumed the man was probably on drugs. I moved back into the area recently, so I now drive that highway often. No naked man sightings yet, but I can tell you that I'm definitely extra vigilant now, especially near Deep Creek. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This happened like 12 years ago. I was 14 and my sister was 12. It was during summer vacation and we were hanging out, just the two of us outside, midday. We lived in a smallish town where during weekdays it was pretty empty because adults were at work. Anyway, we'd been messing around, picking flowers and other random stuff, when we decided to cut through a massive field of undeveloped land on the edge of our suburb. It was technically a shortcut to get home, but it wasn't the best idea because it was really bumpy, potted land that other kids and teens left all sorts of stuff laying in. Well, our bad decision came around and bit us. We hadn't made it very far in the field when my sister got two bad things at once. Some sort of twisted metal, maybe an old piece of tool, pierced right through her foam flip-flop and into her foot, and right after it happened she shrieked, jerked, and twisted that ankle on the uneven ground. She started crying and howling and I was worried. The metal hadn't gone too deep and I was able to stop the bleeding with the hem of my shirt, but she couldn't walk anymore obviously. Our parents weren't available, didn't know where we were, and this was before I had a cell phone. My sister was still on the ground crying and I was trying to calm her down when something made me feel like looking up. Y'all, it was the feeling of being watched. Out of the field, across the road, standing on the corner in the distance was some random guy watching us. He was too far away for me to see him clearly. All I could tell for sure was that he was blonde, probably adult, and dressed too warmly for July. He was all alone, stock still, just staring at us. I looked back at my sister and basically said to get on my back. I was carrying her home. We were leaving right now. Now, I had to carefully pick my way through this stupid field in my own bad flip-flops, with my crying sister on my back. Luckily, she was tiny, but I was no linebacker either. It had rained a day ago, and the field had puddles of water in the low spots. We were both kind of wet from her falling when she got hurt. I swiveled back to check if he was still watching us, and he was. Not only was he watching us, but he'd crossed the road and entered the field. Now he was standing stock still again and just watching. Ice in the veins doesn't describe it. One of the scariest moments of my life up to that point. My sister looked when I looked, saw my face, and started crying even harder. I just shook her a bit on my back and whispered something like, "Stop it. I need to concentrate on getting us home. Watch him and tell me if he starts following again. Just be quiet." So that's what we did. I started walking again as fast as I could without getting hurt. My sister watched him while I carried her. After less than a minute, she whispered to me that he was following again. How fast? Just walking. Is he watching us? Yes. I told her to tell me if anything changed and kept going. I stomped through puddles and I couldn't see into when I had to, hoping there was nothing sharp in them. I lost a flip-flop in the mud and just kept going. We were about 3/4 of the way through the massive field when my sister whispered that I least wanted to hear. He was speeding up. I turned us right around, so we were facing him head on, and as loud as I could, I yelled something like, "Hey, we see you, leave us alone, I'll call the cops." Nothing. He'd stop again when I stopped, but gave no sign whatsoever he'd heard me. Just nothing. I turned us around again and kept going. My poor little sister was shaking like a leaf and just saying my name over and over again. It was awful, and there was nothing I could do but keep going. Eventually, he started following again, at a slow pace. I finally made it into our suburb, out of the muddy field and onto solid concrete. Told my sister to hold on as tight as she could and booked it. Started running with her on my back as fast as I could. We couldn't see him anymore, didn't know what he was doing or where he was. Every muscle hurt from carrying her so far. My bare foot was all scratched up from the road, but I didn't stop. I kept moving. With my sister looking out behind us, it felt like my heart was going to explode. After what felt like forever, I made it to our house, ran across the yard, up the drive, put down my sister, who started crying again. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use my key. We made it in safely and called my mom. She had us lock every door and window and came rushing home, but nothing happened after that. He never found us, so we never saw him again. So a few years ago, I, a 17-year-old female at the time, would attend community college at the outskirts of my hometown. I would take an hour-and-a-half long bus drive because both of my parents worked and my other siblings were too young to drive. The outskirts of my town, despite being the literal outskirts, are more populated than you expect, with strip malls and apartment buildings. The bus would drop me off about 4 blocks from my university, which isn't too far. I always enjoyed those few minutes. Anyway, this one time, I left my phone at the library. Using my brother's phone, I called a friend who worked at the school library during the late evening shift, 7 to 9, and he'd said he'd bring my phone to me, but he lived closer to the college than I did, so I told him I'd just meet him at his shift and pick it up myself. He said okay, and I boarded the bus at around 6. Now, I get off the bus at my usual spot and the place looked deserted. I'd never been there that late at night, and maybe it was because it was a weekday that people were home, or I don't know. I had my brother's phone in my pocket and just clutched it tighter and tighter, picking up my speed until I was practically jogging. I'm nearing to a corner when a flash of light goes off to my right. There, in the shadows, is a sleazy looking man. He's balding with a tourist shirt unbuttoned halfway. He was wearing sunglasses at night and was wearing some gold jewelry. And most importantly, he had just taken a picture of me. In the instant that I saw the flash go off, I knew it was coming from his phone. Now, I think it's important to understand our positioning. He was pressed against a building to my right at the corner I had turned. I was about 10 feet away from him. To my left, on the same side of the street, was a car with blacked out windows and no license plates, directly across the sidewalk from the man. The car was parked with the driver's seat facing me, so that it was on the wrong side of the road, because America drives on the right side as opposed to the left. I had slowed down at that point as I began to debate my next move: cross the street and continue walking, make a break for the school, turn 180 and leave my phone at the library, or approach the potentially dangerous man. I did the stupidest thing possible and approached the man. Anyway, I demanded to know what he was doing. He looked taken aback. I could see his brain short-circuiting because I was demanding to know what he was doing. He eventually sputtered about how he was just standing here. I said, "No, I saw you take that picture of me." His face fell. He started saying no, he hadn't done that. Why would he want a picture of me? I had imagined it. I asked to see his gallery, which is extremely risky because who knows what I could have seen. He slowly pulls up his gallery and as it's opening, I see a blurry picture of me in the distance. I didn't think I'd get that far. Granted, I had been running on adrenaline during our whole interaction, but this really made me pause. I told him to delete it. Then a door slammed shut. I just knew it was the parked car. My brain cleared up and I hightailed it to the school. I could hear a single pair of footsteps behind me, but I sure wasn't going to turn around and check who it was. The car started, but they would have to do a U-turn on a relatively narrow street just to be able to follow me. I think that's what saved my life. The fact that the car was parked facing the wrong direction. I reached the school out of breath and in tears. My friend opened the building for me and I explained what had happened. He locked us in while he called the police and we waited for them, but the sleazy guy and his buddy were never found. Anyway, my mom had gotten out of work by that point and I called her to ask to pick me up. We waited with my friend till the end of his shift and drove him home too. Needless to say, I carry a mace with me everywhere I go now and I'm yet to find a police report stating a guy matching his description had been arrested. To be honest, I don't think the police believed me fully, but who knows. I'm a single male, 33 years old, who lives alone in Denver. My apartment complex is not what you would call a nice building. I'm on a road close to Colfax Avenue, which if you're familiar with the geography of this area is not the safest boulevard in town. I'm a few streets away from it, but close enough that I wouldn't consider this an up-and-coming neighborhood. This evening, I was watching Netflix on my couch. My 2 cats were cuddled up against me as I lay under a comforter. The night before, I had watched a horror movie that was scary enough to leave me in an unsettled mood, making it hard to sleep. So this night I decided to watch a stand-up special instead. Keep it light so I wouldn't have any trouble getting some shut-eye. I have classes early the next morning, so I was surprised when I made the conscious decision to turn on a second stand-up special and let myself fall asleep on the couch. I was just so comfy where I lay and didn't want to move, not even to turn off the several lights on throughout my apartment. I remember dozing off around 11 o'clock. It was effortless, which meant I was really snug under the covers with my cats flanking me on either end, creating a tucked-in feeling. And all of a sudden, I'm not sleeping anymore. I am woken up by a knock at my door. Then a man's voice says maintenance. I just sat there, sitting bolt upright on my couch. I knew something was off. I looked at my phone, which was by my left hand, and the time was 2:15 a.m. I didn't move. The floors of my apartment are old wood, and there are many creaky floorboards. I didn't want whoever was knocking to know someone was at home and awake, let alone alert to his presence. My cats got up and ran over to the door as they normally would, but but I stayed still and listened. After a few minutes with no answer, the man walked away from the door and down the hallway to the stairs. A moment after that, I heard the back door to the building swing open and closed. I have one window where I have a partial view of that door, so I break my paralysis and race over to it. I saw an old looking green SUV sitting in the no parking zone just in front of the back door. It must have been running the entire time because I didn't hear it start up and the brake lights were glowing red. Someone, presumably the maintenance man, got in the car and it drove off. I don't know how this individual got into the building in the first place, as you would need a key to do so. I don't know what his intentions were, but no one knocks on someone's door at 2:15 a.m. claiming to work for the landlord with good deeds in mind. So I'm a 23-year-old female. I live in a townhouse with my 2 children, 2 and 6 months old. My fiance did live with us until 2 weeks ago when I caught him trying to have relationships with other women and made him move out. That's important to the story. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and when he did live with us, my ex worked evenings. Let me set the scene. We live in a tiny house in northern Pennsylvania. My line of townhouses sits in front of a big field that runs to a line of woods. As far as I'm aware, these woods stretch out for at least a few miles, and I'm not aware of any houses in there or any roads that lead through them. My living room has 3 windows that look to the field, and my bedroom on the 2nd floor only has 1 window that faces that way as well. People do tend to walk their dogs back in the field, and kids sometimes play back there, but I rarely ever see anyone close to my house. For that reason, I tend to leave my blinds and curtains open because I guess I just enjoy the view. So in July of 2019, I was laying in bed trying to fall asleep. All the lights were off, but I had my window and blinds open since it was so warm. I was looking out the window and I noticed small red and white lights just outside. I got up and looked to realize that the lights were coming from a drone. I ran downstairs to where my fiance at the time was sitting in the living room and ran to the window. I told him what I saw, but of course when he went to look, it was gone. I was paranoid that the drone could have had a camera on it and someone was watching me with it. I kept my blinds closed for a while after that. Fast forward to January of this year. I guess I stupidly got comfortable and assumed that whoever it was flying the drone was a one-time creep. My blinds were open and I had just gotten out of the shower. I was sitting on my bed pretty much naked except for my underwear, scrolling on my phone when out of the corner of my eye I saw lights again out of the dark window. It was that drone again. I ran out of the room and waited for a few minutes. I peeked back into my room and it was gone. I quickly shut my blinds and got dressed. Honestly, I felt sick at how stupid I was to leave my window open again, especially when I was practically naked. Now for the real disturbing part. My 2-year-old son and I were out in the field 2 weeks ago, 3 days after I kicked out my boyfriend playing ball. I had my 6-month-old strapped to me in a baby carrier. Probably about a half hour after we had been out there, I heard a slight whirring noise coming towards us. I looked up and saw the drone flying towards us. I looked around and didn't see anyone. It stopped right over us. I freaked and grabbed my son and dragged him into the house, looking back at the tree line every so often as we went. I knew they had to be hiding in there. I went inside, closed the blinds, and called my mom and told her about the situation. She told me just to keep an eye out. I said I would. My son likes to line his toys up against the window, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to open them up just an inch or so. A little while later, after we ate dinner and it was almost dark, I was feeding my 6-month-old and my son was playing. He was standing over by the window, lining up his toys. He started saying dada, dada. I assumed he was just missing his father and dismissed him by saying he was going to see him that weekend. He kept saying dada, dada, though. I looked up and saw him pointing to the window under the little gap the blinds didn't cover. I froze. I remember that he calls any man with facial hair dada because it reminds him of his father, but there was no way someone would be bold enough to actually come up to my window. Not when my neighbors are literally right there. Anyone could see them, but there aren't any lights back there, so unless someone actually stepped out of their house, I guess nobody would see them. Maybe it was my ex, but he should be at work at that time. I ran to the window and moved my son. I didn't want to lift the blinds, but honestly, I was sure it had to be the person who had been creeping on me for the past year, and I wanted to see who it was. I pushed the blinds up and was looking at a man who I definitely had never seen before, crouching in front of me. He was bald with a mustache and goatee. I have no idea how old he was. He could have been anywhere from 30 to 50. When he saw me, he smiled and stood up. I yelled and told him to screw off and that I was going to call the cops. He just stood there, smiling at me like some freak. I was about to close the blinds again when he said something I couldn't hear. I told him to leave again and he said, louder this time, "I just want to talk to you." I shook my head no and yelled the same thing to him. He started started slapping his hands on the window, yelling no 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 over and over. I grabbed my phone, scared he was going to try to break in. I dialed 911. My kids were crying from the yelling and I felt on the verge of tears. I told the operator what was going on. The whole time I was on the phone, the man was pounding on my window, screaming now. He was yelling all kinds of nonsense, and I only caught some of it. He said he's been watching me for months, I'm beautiful, he wants to come with them, he'll kill my children if I don't. The operator told me to go into an upstairs room and hide until the police arrive. My town doesn't have a police department, so we rely on the state police. She said it would be about 20 minutes, but to stay on the phone with her. The man was practically punching my window now and was just screaming like a maniac. I was about to grab my kids and run upstairs when I heard someone else screaming. The man bolted. I looked out and saw my neighbor and his girlfriend. I opened the window and my neighbor said that he heard the man, so he ran around the building. He said when the guy heard him, he ran back to the woods and disappeared in the tree line. They said they also called the police. I thanked them 100 times. The police arrived 10 minutes later. They did a quick search around the buildings and found the man and arrested him. I don't know why that guy targeted me or why he waited so long to do something. I'm just happy my neighbors were there to intervene, or who knows what would have happened. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are window doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kind of leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. Gun owner family in a quiet rural West Virginia neighborhood, etc. I asked her what she was talking about and she looked equally surprised as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago in my mid-20s that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. At the time, I just turned 17 and was still pretty naive. I live in England, so it is legal to work in a bar and serve alcohol supervised, but not to drink alcohol. Not that it stopped me. I worked in a working men's club filled with middle-aged elderly people. Most were really nice. I sold bingo tickets twice for a week for my dad's cousin and I was pretty good at it. It's not typical to get tips here, but I earned more in tips than I did my actual wage. On a Saturday, my dad would come with me to have a drink with my elder sister while they played competitive darts in the main bar overlooking my booth. This one particular night, there was a middle-aged, average-looking guy, a little on the plump side but generally unnoticeable. On the first round of selling tickets, he was at the fruit machine opposite the entire time, looking over at me occasionally. The second round he approached me, asked me what I was selling, how bingo worked, etc. Clearly had never played before, but hey, everyone starts somewhere, right? He bought some tickets and offered to buy me a drink. I declined and informed him I was underage. By now I had a bit of an uneasy vibe vibe and didn't want to take a drink from a guy I don't know. He then offered a cola, complimenting me a little too hard. Again declined and went on my way to help with the game in the main hall, part of my job. Third time, he stood against the wall adjacent to me and just watched me work. He'd waited until the queue calmed down and bragged about how much money he had and now he wants to be my sugar dad. How cute I am, commenting on my figure. I was trapped in my booth. I was late into the main hall, so the concert chairman, guy who calls out the bingo numbers and gives out winnings, comes out and asks what was going on. This guy claims we were just talking. I apologized to the chairman and he walked me to the hall, said he could see I was freaked out, so I told him everything. He made the bar staff aware, who also made my boss, my dad's cousin, aware also. Last round of selling tickets, he doesn't even wait for me to get back in my booth. He grabs my butt, telling me how he wants to be my sugar dad once again, tries to push me against the wall and is suddenly spun around, not just by my dad but my boss and numerous staff members and customers who heard and saw what went down. He started arguing his innocence until my dad not so politely introduced himself. He knew he was screwed. My dad punched him in the nose, blood running down his face. Everyone picked him up like a plank of wood and threw him out the closed door. Never saw him after that. Everyone checked up on me to make sure I was okay. My sister covered the rest of the shift and I had a free bar tab for 2 months. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. A couple of years ago, I lived in a small apartment in the heart of a bustling city. My street was normally lively, filled with friendly neighbors and familiar faces. But there's one particular night I'll never forget, and it's not for pleasant reasons. I was coming home late from work. It was around 11:30 p.m. and the city was unusually quiet. The only sounds I heard were distant traffic and my footsteps echoing off the pavement. As I was walking to my apartment, I noticed a tall man wearing a worn-out brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat standing near my building's entrance. He seemed to be staring at something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Trying to shake off an uneasy feeling, I continued towards my building. Once I reached the entrance, I glanced over at the man and our eyes met, and he gave me an unsettling smile that sent a chill down my spine. I quickly averted my eyes and entered the building, my heart pounding. I told myself that I was just being paranoid. Maybe he was waiting for someone or had some business in the area, but something in the pit of my stomach told me that something was off. Once inside my apartment, I tried to relax. I made some tea and settled down with a book, but the image of that man's eerie smile lingered in my mind. About an hour later, I heard a noise coming from the hallway. I froze, straining my ears to hear better. It was a faint shuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet. I peered through my peephole but saw nothing. I tried to convince myself that it was just a neighbor coming home late, but the uneasy feeling refused to go away. I double-checked my door's lock and decided to call it a night. As I lay in bed, I heard the noise again. This time, it was more pronounced. I got up, heart racing, and looked through the peephole once more. There he was, the man in the brown coat, standing right outside my door. Panicked, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, explaining the situation in hushed tones. The operator assured me that officers were on their way. I sat in the dark, phone in hand, listening to the man's shuffling footsteps. It seemed like hours passed before I heard the police arrive. When they got there, the man was gone. The officers searched the building and the surrounding area but found no trace of him. They took my statement, but there wasn't much they could do. Over the following weeks, I kept a watchful eye, always looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the man in the brown coat, but he never returned. I eventually moved out of that apartment, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The image of that eerie smile and the sound of shuffling feet outside my door still haunt my dreams. What was the man doing there? What did he want? I'll never know, and maybe that's for the best. What I do know is that his presence that night left me with a lingering sense of dread that I've never been able to shake. Months had passed since the incident with the man in the brown coat, but I couldn't shake the fear and anxiety that it had instilled in me. I moved into a new apartment, started a new job, and even adopted a dog for both companionship and protection. His name was Max, a loyal German shepherd who became my shadow. Despite the changes, I was still haunted by the memory. Nightmares would wake me up in a cold sweat, with the echo of shuffling feet in my ears and the image of that haunting smile in my mind. One day, as I was walking Max in my new neighborhood, something caught my eye. It was a glint of metal reflecting the sunlight. I approached. Into my horror, found a worn-out brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat hidden in the bushes. My heart stopped. The memories came flooding back. I hurriedly dialed the local police, who arrived promptly to investigate. The officers took the items and promised to look into it, but something told me that they didn't fully believe my story. After all, there were no witnesses, no evidence linking the coat and hat to my previous encounter. I became even more cautious. Every creak, every shadow, every stranger seemed like a potential threat. Max seemed to sense my anxiety, always alert and watchful. One night, as I was locking up my apartment, Max began to growl at the window. I looked out but saw saw nothing unusual. Still, his behavior put me on edge. I triple-checked the logs and settled down to watch some TV, Max by my side. Hours later, I was awoken by a soft scratching sound at the door. Max was up, ears perked, eyes fixed on the entrance. My heart was in my throat as I approached the door and peered through the peephole. The corridor was empty. I called the police again, but they found nothing amiss. I knew they were beginning to doubt my sanity, and truth be told, I was beginning to doubt it too. Days turned into weeks, and the anxiety was wearing me down. I decided to consult a therapist to help me deal with the lingering trauma. During our sessions, we explored my feelings of fear and paranoia. Slowly, I began to regain control over my life. The nightmares lessened, the anxiety waned, and I started to feel like myself again. Then, one day, I received a call from the police. They had identified the owner of the brown coat and hat. The man was a known criminal with a history of stalking and harassment. He had been caught in another city, wearing a different coat but carrying a photograph of my old apartment building. Suddenly, everything made sense. My fears were justified. The man had been real, and he had been watching me. The police assured me that he was in custody and that I was safe. But the fear he instilled in me will never entirely go away. That chapter of my life is closed now, but the memories remain. They serve as a constant reminder to trust my instincts and be vigilant. To the man in the brown coat who haunted my life, I hope we never meet again. When I was 23, I moved to a new city for my first real job after college. It was an exciting but nerve-wracking time for me. I found a small one-bedroom apartment in a nice part of town. The place had character and was relatively affordable. The landlord, Mr. Thompson, was an older man, probably in his late 60s, with a warm smile and friendly demeanor. He lived in the building too and would often stop by to chat or help with any minor repairs. At first, I thought of him as a kind, grandfatherly figure. He would tell me stories about his youth, give advice about the city, and even bring homemade cookies sometimes. However, as weeks turned into months, I began to notice odd behaviors. He would knock on my door at strange hours, offering to fix things that weren't broken. He'd linger outside my window, seemingly watching me. When I'd catch him, he'd quickly scuttle away with a mumbled excuse. At first, I brushed it off as the quirks of an old man, but my gut began telling me that something was off. One evening, I came home to find my front door slightly ajar. Panic welled up inside me, and I carefully pushed the door open. My heart was pounding as I scanned the room, but everything seemed in place. I called Mr. Thompson, who hurried over, concern etched on his face. He checked the apartment, reassuring me that everything was fine. He suggested the door might not have latched properly when I left. Still, the incident left me unnerved. I began to pay more attention to Mr. Thompson's behavior, growing increasingly suspicious. I noticed that he seemed to know things about me that I had never shared, like my daily schedule, my family back home, even my favorite foods. I began to wonder if he was going through my personal belongings. The thought was terrifying, but I had no concrete proof. The idea that the friendly old man I'd grown to trust could be violating my privacy seemed absurd. A few weeks later, I went on a short vacation with some friends. Before leaving, I set up a small hidden camera in my living room, more to ease my mind than anything else. I told myself that I was just being paranoid. When I returned, I immediately checked the footage, not expecting to find anything. I was wrong. The footage showed Mr. Thompson entering my apartment multiple times while I was away. He went through my drawers, examined my personal items, even sniffed my clothes. He sat on my couch, watching my television, eating food from my fridge. I was horrified and disgusted. The friendly facade had hidden something dark and twisted. I confronted Mr. Thompson, anger and fear in my voice. He stammered, trying to come up with excuses, but I was having none of it. I called the police, who arrived to take statements and review the footage. It turns out, I wasn't the first tenant to experience this. Previous renters have reported similar incidents, but there had never been enough evidence to take action. Mr. Thompson was arrested, and I immediately moved out, finding a new place across town. But that wasn't the end of it, not by a long shot. As I was settling into my new home, I received a call from Detective Simmons, the officer handling my case. He informed me that they'd found something chilling during their search of Mr. Thompson's apartment. In a hidden compartment, they discovered photographs, journals, and personal items belonging to various tenants, including me. The journals were filled with detailed observations, fantasies, and plans. The realization that Mr. Thompson had been obsessively watching and documenting my life was a nightmare come true. I was left to grapple with the trauma, haunted by the thought of what could have happened if I hadn't discovered the truth. With therapy and the support of friends and family, I began to rebuild my life. But the sense of violation and betrayal lingered. Months after the discovery, my life had started to return to some semblance of normality. Mr. Thompson had been placed under house arrest, awaiting trial. I had a restraining order against him, but I still felt a lingering sense of unease. One day, I was scrolling through social media when I stumbled upon a profile that seemed seemed oddly familiar. The profile picture was a blurred image, but something about it caught my eye. The account was following several people connected to me, friends, family, even colleagues. Curiosity getting the better of me, I began to dig deeper. What I found sent chills down my spine. The account had been posting pictures of me taken from afar at various locations around the city. Some were taken from outside my new apartment, others while I was out with friends or even grocery shopping. I immediately called Detective Simmons, who began an investigation. They traced the account but hit dead ends. It was all very professional, masked through various IP addresses, leaving no direct trace back to Mr. Thompson. But I knew it was him. The court date was drawing near, and I could feel the tension building. Sleep became elusive, and paranoia crept back into my life. One evening, while walking back home, I noticed a car that seemed to be following me. I tried to dismiss it as my mind playing tricks, but the nagging feeling persisted. I took a circuitous route home, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. The car remained, always a block or two behind, never overtaking, never stopping. Panicked, I called a friend who lived nearby and headed to their place instead of my own. The car continued to follow until I reached my friend's building, where I lost sight of it. My friend let me stay the night, and I explained the situation. Together we decided it was time to take more serious precautions. I hired a private security firm to watch my apartment and accompany me to and from work. They installed extra security measures, and I felt a small sense of relief. The day of the trial finally arrived, and I faced Mr. Thompson in court. His eyes, once warm and friendly, now looked cold and calculating. He denied everything, his lawyer painting me as an overreactive, paranoid young woman. But the evidence was solid, the hidden camera footage damning. Other former tenants came forward, bolstering my case. Mr. Thompson was found guilty and sentenced to several years in prison. I felt a weight lifted, but the victory was bittersweet. The social media account was shut down, and the stalking seemed to stop. But I knew that it wouldn't truly be over. I moved again, this time to a different city, leaving behind friends and a job I loved. I started fresh, determined not to let the experience define me. Years have passed, and I've built a new life. But the scars remain. Trust doesn't come easily, and I always find myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that familiar face or the glint of a camera lens. I often think about the other tenants, those who didn't realize what was happening, and wonder how many lives Mr. Thompson has silently invaded. I share this story now as a warning and a reminder. Always trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. To Mr. Thompson, the landlord who turned my life into a living nightmare, let's never meet again. I never thought I'd find myself typing out this story, but the events of last summer still haunt me. I need to share this experience with someone, and I hope it serves as a warning to others. I live in a medium-sized town where everyone knows everyone else. It's a safe community, and crime is rare. I work as a nurse in the local hospital, and the night shifts often have me driving home in the early hours of the morning. It was a humid summer night when my life took a chilling turn. I had just finished a particularly draining shift, and all I wanted was to get home and collapse into bed. As I made my way to my car, I noticed a man standing near the hospital entrance, watching me. His gaze was unblinking, and he seemed out of place. I shook off the uneasy feeling, attributing it to exhaustion. I got into my car and drove off, paying no further attention to the man yet. The next day, I had almost forgotten the encounter until my neighbor, Sarah, mentioned seeing a strange man walking around our street. I felt a pang of anxiety but brushed it off. It's a free country, after all. Days turned into weeks, and life went on as usual. But then, something strange started happening. I began noticing a black sedan following me. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but the pattern became clear. The car would be there when I left work, keeping a distance but always in my rearview mirror. I never got a good look at the driver. I decided to tell my brother, James, who's a cop. He told me it was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, but promised to keep an eye out. One evening, as I was heading home, the black sedan was there again. Panic set in, and I decided to drive to the police station instead of going home. The car followed me all the way but abruptly turned away as I pulled into the station. I reported the incident, and the police took it seriously. They sent a patrol car to follow me home that night, but the black sedan was nowhere to be seen. Weeks passed without any incident, and I started to feel silly for being so paranoid. Maybe it was just my imagination. Then one night, everything changed. I arrived home after a long shift, feeling utterly drained. As I approached my front door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I immediately called the police. They arrived quickly and searched the house. There was no sign of forced entry, but my bedroom was a mess. Clothes were thrown everywhere, drawers were open, and personal belongings were scattered. Nothing was missing, except for some photographs of me. The police took the incident seriously and started an investigation. They advised me to stay with family, but I couldn't leave my home. I had worked hard for it, and I wouldn't be chased away. I installed a security security system, adopted a large dog named Max, and took self-defense classes. But the fear was always there, lurking in the back of my mind. Weeks turned into months without any new incidents, and life began to return to normal. Then, one day, I received a letter in the mail. No return address, just my name written in shaky handwriting. Inside was a single photograph of me taken from outside my bedroom window. On the back, written in the same shaky handwriting, were the words, "I'm still watching you." The police were called again, and this time they managed to find some fingerprints on the envelope. After some investigation, they matched them to a man who had been arrested years ago for stalking. His name was Thomas, and he had just been released from prison. They brought him in for questioning, but there wasn't enough evidence to hold him. I was terrified, knowing that my stalker was out there, still watching me. But then, something unexpected happened. Thomas was found dead in his apartment, an apparent suicide. The police concluded their investigation, and the case was closed. After moving to a new town, I found myself in a peaceful community nestled between beautiful mountains and serene lakes. I loved my new job, my new friends, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of peace. Max, my faithful dog, was with me every step of the way, providing comfort and a sense of security. But that nagging fear never entirely left me. I began volunteering at a local support group for people who had experienced stalking or harassment. Sharing my story with others who had been through similar ordeals helped me, and I became passionate about helping others heal. Months went by, and I was finally starting to feel like my old self. I even began dating a wonderful man named Mike, who knew my past and was incredibly supportive. Life was good. Then one day, while sorting through some old boxes, I stumbled across a newspaper clipping that my brother James had sent me after Thomas's death. I had never really looked at it closely before, but something caught my eye. There was a picture of Thomas, but standing next to him was a woman I recognized. A chill ran down my spine as I realized it was Sarah, my former neighbor. Memories rushed back, and pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Sarah had mentioned seeing a strange man in our neighborhood. She was the one who had first alerted me to the possibility of someone watching me. My hands were shaking as I called James. I explained what I had found, and he promised to look into it. Days turned into weeks as James dug into Sarah's background. What he uncovered was terrifying. Sarah had been Thomas's accomplice. They had met in a support group for people with mental health issues. Together, they developed an obsession with me for reasons I still don't fully understand. With Thomas's death, the police had closed the case. But now, with this new information, they reopened it and immediately began searching for Sarah. She had moved, changed her name, and seemingly vanished. But I knew that she was still out there, and the fear returned with a vengeance. Mike was my rock during this time, always there to comfort me and keep me sane. But even he couldn't chase away the nightmares that plagued me. Months went by without any news, and I began to lose hope that Sarah would ever be found. Then, one day, a call came from James. They had found Sarah. She had been living in a small town, not far from where I had moved. When they arrested her, she had photographs, letters, and even personal belongings of mine in her possession. The trial was a blur. Sarah was found guilty of stalking, harassment, and conspiracy. She was sentenced to a lengthy prison term, but even with her behind bars, the scars remain. I've continued to work with the support group, turning my experience into a force for good. I've become an advocate for victims, pushing for stronger laws and support systems. Life has moved on, and I'm stronger for having gone through this nightmare, but I know I'll never forget. I share this story as a warning and a plea. Trust your instincts, be aware of your surroundings, and never underestimate the importance of personal safety. And to Sarah, the woman who betrayed my trust and turned my life upside down, let's never meet again. So, this happened a couple of years ago, and I've only just found the courage to write about it. It's something that has haunted me since, and I thought sharing might help me cope. I had just moved to a new city, and I was living alone for the first time. My apartment was located in a reasonably good area, but being new, I didn't know anyone. A month or so into my new life, I began to notice some odd occurrences. It started with small things. Sometimes I would come home to find my curtains drawn when I was sure I had left them open, or lights turned off that I had left on. I brushed it off as being forgetful or the work of my landlord who perhaps entered the apartment while I was at work. A few weeks later, it escalated. I found a picture frame on my bedside table face down. It contained a photograph of my family. This sent a chill down my spine, but again, I rationalized it as maybe the wind knocking it over or something equally benign. Then, the letters started to arrive. The first letter was a simple, "Hi, welcome to the neighborhood." It was unsigned and written in what looked like a child's handwriting. I figured it was a neighbor trying to be friendly and thought little of it. The next letter, however, was not so so innocent. I hope you like living here. I'm watching you. My heart stopped when I read those words. I immediately checked all the locks on my doors and windows. Nothing seemed out of place. I began to keep my curtains closed and double-checked everything before leaving my apartment. A week went by and another letter arrived. This one was even more disturbing. You look beautiful in that blue dress today. That was the exact dress I'd worn to work that day. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, realizing that this was not a random occurrence. Someone was watching me. I immediately contacted the police, who took my statement and advised me to keep a record of anything strange. They said they would patrol the area more frequently, but there wasn't much else they could do without more evidence. Days turned into weeks, and the letters continued. They grew more and more personal, describing what I had done during the day, what I had eaten, and even what I had watched on TV. I felt trapped, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. One night, I woke up to the sound of tapping on my window. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept towards the noise. I peeked through the curtains and saw a shadowy figure standing outside, looking up at my window. I screamed and called the police, who arrived within minutes. They searched the area but found nothing. No evidence, no footprints, nothing. I was losing sleep, becoming paranoid, and feeling like I was losing my mind. A few days later, I received a package. Inside was a lock of my hair and a note. I could be closer if I wanted. Be thankful I'm not. I broke down, terrified for my life. The police took the package as evidence, and finally they had something tangible to work with. After an exhaustive investigation, they discovered that a man living in my building had been stalking me. He had access to the building's security cameras and had been following me for months, watching my every move. The man was arrested and charged with stalking and harassment. As it turned out, he had a history of similar behavior, and I was just his latest victim. Life seemed to return to normal, but the deep-rooted fear from that experience still clung to me. I became involved in a local support group for people who had been through similar traumas. It helped, but my confidence in the world had been shaken. The man was found guilty and a restraining order was issued. Knowing that he was behind bars gave me a sense of security, but I was still looking over my shoulder constantly, always alert to any sign of danger. Months turned into years, and the scars began to heal. I moved into a new relationship and started to rebuild my life. But as much as I wanted to put the past behind me, there were still those nights when I would wake up in a cold sweat, remembering the terror I'd felt. Then, one day, I received a call that sent my world crashing down again. The man had been released on parole. My heart dropped into my stomach as the officer explained the terms of his release, assuring me that he would still be monitored and that the restraining order was still in effect. But all I could think of was him out there, possibly still obsessed with me. My partner, aware of my past, was incredibly supportive. We installed a new security system, and I informed my workplace and friends about the situation. But the nagging fear returned, consuming me once again. Weeks went by without incident, and I tried to convince myself that he had moved on. Maybe he had changed, found help, and was no longer a threat. Then, one evening, I received an anonymous email. The message was short and chilling. I still remember you. I felt like I was going to throw up. My hands trembled as I showed the email to my partner. We contacted the police immediately, but without concrete proof that it was him, there wasn't much they could do. I changed my email address, deleted my social media profiles, and once again became a prisoner to my fear. Days turned into weeks, and nothing else happened, but the damage was done. I felt his presence in every shadow, saw his face in every crowd. The life I had rebuilt was unraveling once more. I decided to take control of the situation. I hired a private investigator to watch him to ensure that he wasn't violating the restraining order. The information came back clear. He had a job, was attending therapy, and seemed to be leading a normal life. But I knew better. One night, after months of restless anxiety, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this anymore. I packed my bags, sat down with my partner, and explained that I needed to leave. I needed a fresh start, far away from the city that held so many painful memories. He understood and supported me, promising to visit and keep our relationship alive. I moved across the country, found a new job, and began to rebuild once more. Slowly but surely, the fear began to subside, replaced by a newfound determination to live my life on my terms. Years have passed since then, and I have found peace at last, but the lessons from that time still shape who I am today. I've become an advocate for stalking victims, using my story to help others. I write this not as a victim, but as a survivor, and to anyone who finds themselves in a situation like mine, know this: you are stronger than you think, and you are never alone. As for the man who once stalked me, I hope you found the help you needed, and wherever you are, let's never meet again. living in a small town, you never really think that anything dangerous could happen to you. That's why, on a beautiful summer evening, I decided to take a stroll to a nearby park. I often went there to read a book, watch the sunset, and enjoy some peace. On this particular day, I noticed something unusual: a white van parked at the edge of the parking lot. It didn't look like any service vehicle I had seen before. It had no windows, and there were no logos or business markings. Something about it sent a chill down my spine, but I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. As I settled into my favorite spot under a large oak tree, I pulled out my book and began to read. The park was quiet, and I was lost in my thoughts. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement near the van. A man was standing there, looking directly at me. He was tall, had a scruffy beard, and wore a stained red baseball cap. Our eyes met, and I felt my heart skip a beat. He didn't look away. I tried to return to my book, telling myself I was overreacting, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. After a few minutes, I looked up again, and the man was gone. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. I heard footsteps. Glancing around, I spotted him again, now walking towards me, his eyes still fixed on me. My instincts screamed at me to leave, and I didn't hesitate. I quickly gathered my things and began walking towards the exit, never looking back. I could hear his footsteps getting closer, so I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest. I made it to my car, locked the doors, and sped away. Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. I got home, locked all the doors, and called the police. They took my statement, but said there was little they could do without more evidence. Sleep didn't come easily that night. The next day, I spotted the white van again, this time parked near my workplace. Panic set in, but I told myself it was a coincidence. Days turned into weeks, and I kept seeing the van outside my house near my gym, always lurking. I never saw the man's face again, but I knew he was there, watching. I reported each sighting to the police, but they were never able to catch him in the act. My friends and family were supportive, but I could tell they were skeptical. I began to feel like I was going crazy. Then, one evening, everything changed. I was leaving a friend's house, and as I walked to my car, I saw the van parked across the street. Fear gripped me, but I was tired of running. I pulled out my phone and began recording. I approached the van, my hands shaking. I could see movement inside, and as I got closer, I realized the door was slightly ajar. I was about to call the police when I heard a whimper. My blood ran cold as I approached the door, my mind racing with what I might find. The whimper turned into a cry, and I knew I had to act. I pulled open the door and was met with a sight that will haunt me forever. Inside were several children, bound and gagged, their eyes wide with terror. I immediately called 911, my voice trembling as I described what I had found. The operator told me to stay put, but I knew I had to get those children to safety. I quickly untied them and led them to my car, all the while looking over my shoulder for the man. The police arrived within minutes, and the children were taken to safety. An investigation was launched, and the man was eventually caught. He was part of a human trafficking ring that had been operating in the area for years. I was hailed as a hero, but I didn't feel like one. The trauma of what I had experienced and what I had seen stayed with me. I moved away from that town, needing a fresh start, but I know I'll never forget what happened. I'll never forget those children's faces, the terror in their eyes, or the man who stalked me. Months had passed since the harrowing encounter with the man in the red baseball cap, and I had settled into my new life in a different town. I was seeing a therapist to help deal with the trauma, and things were starting to feel normal again. But deep down, I knew I couldn't just move on. The experience had changed me, awakened something in me that I couldn't ignore. I became involved in advocacy work, volunteering with organizations dedicated to combating human trafficking. I shared my story at seminars and workshops, hoping to raise awareness about this heinous crime that lurked in the shadows of our communities. One day, I was approached by a detective named Sarah who was working on human trafficking cases. She had heard my story and wanted my help. At first, I was hesitant. The memories were still fresh, and the idea of getting involved in a real investigation terrified me. But Sarah was persistent, and I realized that I had a unique perspective that could make a difference. I agreed to help. Working with Sarah, I began to understand the depth and complexity of the problem. It was more widespread than I had ever imagined, and it was happening right under our noses. We focused on a particular case that had been troubling the local police for months. Girls were going missing, and there were few leads. The only connection was a series of mysterious social media accounts that lured young women with promises of modeling contracts or lucrative jobs. I immersed myself in the online world, trying to understand how these predators operated. It was a dark and disturbing journey, and I often felt overwhelmed by the sheer depravity I encountered. But I kept going, driven by a determination to make a difference. After weeks of painstaking research and analysis, we began to see a pattern. We identified several key players who were part of an organized ring. They were using sophisticated methods to target vulnerable young women, lure them in, and then exploit them. With this information, the police were able to launch a sting operation. I was involved every step of the way, working closely with Sarah and her team. The day of the operation was nerve-wracking. We had one chance to catch these criminals in the act, and the stakes were high. As the hours ticked by, I watched from a surveillance van, my heart pounding in my chest. The tension was palpable, and I couldn't help but think about the girls whose lives were on the line. Finally, the moment came. The police swooped in, arresting several key members of the ring. The operation was a success, and I felt a surge of triumph mixed with relief. In the following weeks, the full extent of the operation was revealed. Dozens of girls were rescued, and a network of traffickers was dismantled. I knew that our work was just a small victory in a much larger battle, but it felt like a step in the right direction. The experience strengthened my resolve to continue fighting against human trafficking. I knew that I had a role to play, and I was committed to doing everything I could to make a difference. I also realized that healing was possible. By facing my fears and channeling them into something positive, I have found a way to move forward. So to anyone who finds themselves in a dark place, know that there is hope. There is a way out, and you are stronger than you think. And to the man in the red baseball cap and all those like him, know that there are people out there who won't stop fighting. We won't back down, and we won't be silenced. Let's never meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I live in a relatively quiet suburban neighborhood where everyone knows each other and we all get along just fine. Well, that's what I used to think. At least 3 years ago, I moved into my dream home. It's a quaint 2-story house with a white picket fence and a spacious backyard where my dog, Rufus, loves to play. The neighborhood seemed perfect, the neighbors friendly, and everything was going well. But then something strange started happening. It began with the mail. I noticed that letters were arriving open and some packages seemed to have been tampered with. At first, I thought it was just the postman being careless, but it kept happening. Then there were the phone calls. I would pick up the phone and there would be silence on the other end. Sometimes I could hear breathing, but they would always hang up before I could say anything. I started feeling uneasy and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I would see shadows moving outside my windows at night and hear strange noises coming from the yard. I reported these incidents to the police, but without any concrete evidence, there was little they could do. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed security cameras around the house, hoping to catch whoever was messing with me. I even bought a new, stronger lock for the front door and started being more vigilant about keeping all the windows locked. Weeks went by without any further incidents, and I started to feel safe again. But then, one night, everything changed. I was lying in bed, reading a book, when I heard a noise coming from the living room. It sounded like a soft thud, like something had been knocked over. My heart started pounding, and I grabbed the baseball bat I had started keeping next to my bed. I tiptoed down the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. As I reached the bottom, I could see that the front door was slightly ajar. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized someone had been inside my house. I quickly searched the rooms, but there was no one there. Nothing seemed to be missing, but I knew something was off. I immediately called the police, who came and searched the house as well. They found nothing but promised to keep a closer eye on my property. The next day, I reviewed the footage from the security cameras, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There, clear as day, was a man I had never seen before, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and gloves, lurking around my house. He had been watching me through the windows, and then he had tried the front door. Finding it unlocked, he had entered. He spent less than a minute inside, glancing around the living room before leaving the way he came. I handed the footage over to the police, who finally had something concrete to go on. The investigation led them to a man living just 2 streets away from me. This house was filled with pictures of me, my family, and even my dog. There were notes detailing my daily routine, my habits, and my likes and dislikes. It turns out, he had become obsessed with me after seeing me at a local grocery store. He had been stalking me for months, watching my every move, learning everything he could about me. The police arrested him, and he was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and harassment. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to several years in prison. Life slowly began to return to normal after the stalker was arrested. I was still on edge, but knowing he was behind bars helped me feel a bit more secure. My friends and family were incredibly supportive, and Rufus, my loyal dog, never left my side. However, I wasn't quite ready to let my guard down completely. I continued to double check the locks and monitor the security cameras regularly. About 6 months after the incident, I received a letter in the mail. It was a formal notice informing me that the stalker had escaped from prison. My heart stopped. All the fears and anxieties that I had been working so hard to overcome came rushing back. The police were on high alert, conducting a manhunt for the escapee, but he was nowhere to be found. They stationed an officer outside my house and advised me to stay with friends or family. I decided to go stay with my sister in a neighboring town. I didn't want to take any chances. Days turned into weeks, and there was still no sign of the man. I followed the news closely, hoping for an update, but all I found were stories about other escaped convicts and criminals. I felt trapped, like a prisoner in my own life. I knew I couldn't hide forever, but the thought of returning home terrified me. Finally, after 2 agonizing months, I received a call from Detective Simmons, the officer in charge of my case. They had found the man. He had been hiding in a secluded cabin in the woods, just a few miles from my house. Inside, they found more pictures of me and detailed plans for his next move. It was clear he had intended to come after me again. The relief I felt was indescribable. I could finally breathe again. I could finally go home. I returned to my house, accompanied by friends, and started the process of reclaiming my life. It wasn't easy, and the memories of what had happened still haunted me, but I was determined to move on. I became involved in support groups for stalking victims, sharing my story, and helping others who had gone through similar experiences. I realized that I wasn't alone, and that by speaking out, I could make a difference. I also made changes to my home, adding more security measures, and even adopted another dog, a protective German Shepherd named Max, to keep Rufus company. Slowly but surely, I began to feel safe again. Looking back, I could see how much I've grown and changed as a result of this terrifying ordeal. I've become stronger, more resilient, and more aware of the world around me. I've learned to trust my instincts, to take action, and to never underestimate the importance of personal safety. But most of all, I've learned that even in our darkest moments, we have the power to overcome, to heal, and to rebuild our lives. So to anyone out there who's struggling with fear or trauma, know that you're not alone. Reach out for help, trust in yourself, and never give up. And to the man who stalked me, who invaded my life and my home, let's never meet again. I'm moving on, and I'm leaving you behind. I've always enjoyed walking through the park in the evenings. The way the trees would catch the light of the setting sun and the distant laughter of kids playing always filled me with a sense of peace. That is until one summer evening, something happened that I'll never forget. It started as a regular walk through my local park, a big open space filled with trees and small walking trails in the suburbs. On that day, I decided to explore a path I'd never been down before. I figured it would be a nice change of pace, and besides, I was in the mood for some adventure. I started down the narrow trail, flanked by tall, whispering trees. The path was less maintained, with overgrown grass and bushes scratching at my legs. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, the only sound being my footsteps on the worn path. I was about halfway down the trail when I heard something that sent a chill down my spine, a faint rustling in the bushes behind me. I paused and turned, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. It must be a squirrel or a bird, I told myself, and continued on my way. But the rustling persisted, always seeming to be just a few steps behind me. It grew louder and more deliberate, and a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. Something was wrong. I quickened my pace and pulled out my phone, ready to call someone if necessary. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every instinct told me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. The rustling grew closer, and I knew that I was not alone. I made it to the end of the trail, which opened into a small clearing. I glanced behind me one more time, and that's when I saw him, a man dressed in tattered clothing, his face obscured by a hood. He was lurking at the edge of the trail, watching me. His eyes, pale and wild, were fixed on me, and they filled me with an indescribable terror. I've never run so fast in my life. I sprinted back down the path, not daring to look back, all the while hearing his footsteps chasing after me. My mind was racing, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I knew I needed to find a way out, to get back to the main park area where people would be. The man's footsteps were relentless, always just a few steps behind me. I could hear his heavy breathing and feel his presence like a dark shadow. Finally, I saw the familiar trail that led back to the park. I made a sharp turn, hoping to lose him, but he was still there, always following me. I made it to the main area of the park, where there were still a few people around. I ran up to a group of joggers, my voice trembling as I explained what had happened. They were kind enough to call the police, and I stayed with them until the officers arrived. I gave them a description of the man, and they searched the area, but he was gone. The trail and the clearing were empty, only the whispering trees bearing witness to what had occurred. The police took my statement and advised me to avoid that trail in the future. They said they would keep an eye on the area, but I knew in my heart that I would never go back there again. Weeks turned into months, and the incident became a haunting memory, always lingering in the back of my mind. I would often find myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see those pale, wild eyes watching me. I later found out that the trail had been the site of some criminal activity in the past, but nothing like what I had experienced. The man was never found, and the trail was eventually closed off. A few months after the incident, life had mostly returned to normal. I found new places to walk, new trails to explore, always careful to stay in areas where people were around, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, haunted by the memory of those pale, wild eyes. Then something happened that I never could have anticipated. I was driving home from work one evening, following my usual route, when I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. A flash of tattered clothing, a hooded figure standing on the side of the road. I felt my heart jump into my throat, but I told myself it couldn't be the same man. It was just a coincidence. But as the days went on, I started seeing him more often, always at a distance, always watching. I began to feel paranoid, looking over my shoulder constantly, checking the locks on my doors and windows every night. I even considered moving, but something told me that it wouldn't make a difference. I decided to go to the police again, telling them what I'd seen. They were sympathetic, but told me that without concrete evidence, there was little they could do. They suggested that it might be my mind playing tricks on me, the trauma of the incident still fresh in my mind. I wanted to believe them, but deep down, I knew what I had seen. I started taking different routes to work, changing my routines, hoping to shake him off. But he always seemed to find me. He was never close enough for me to confront him, always lurking in the shadows. A fear began to affect my daily life. I started to lose sleep, my mind filled with nightmares of being chased, those pale, wild eyes always watching. I became withdrawn, avoiding social events and staying home as much as possible. It was during one of those sleepless nights that I made up my mind. I was going to end this, one way or another. I hired a private investigator, giving him all the information I had, including the description of the man and the locations where I had spotted him. The investigator was skeptical at first but agreed to look into it. Weeks went by and I heard nothing. The sightings continued and my fear grew. I felt like I was losing my mind, trapped in a never-ending nightmare. Then, one day, I got a call from the investigator. We found him, he said, his voice filled with disbelief. He went on to explain that the man had been living in an abandoned building not far from where I lived. He had been watching me, tracking my movements. The investigator found journals filled with notes about me, pictures taken from afar, and other disturbing evidence. The police were called, and the man was arrested. He was identified as a known stalker with a history of mental illness. He had fixated on me for reasons I'll never understand. I felt a mixture of relief and horror, knowing that my instincts had been right all along. The trial was a blur, and the man was sentenced to a psychiatric facility where he could receive the help he clearly needed. The experience changed me in ways I never could have imagined. I had become more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I no longer take my safety for granted, but more than anything, I've learned to trust my instincts. They were what kept me safe, what led me to take action. To the man with the pale, wild eyes, let's not meet again. And to anyone who finds themselves in a similar situation, trust your gut. You never know when it might save your life. It was the summer after my sophomore year of college when I took a job as a delivery driver for a local pizza place. The job was simple: take orders, load up my car, and drop off the food. I figured it would be easy money, but there was one delivery that changed everything. It started on a regular Friday night. The place was buzzy with calls, and the ovens were working overtime. Around 8:30 p.m., an order came in for a delivery to the outskirts of town, an area I wasn't very familiar with. The instructions were specific: leave the pizza at the back door, ring bell 3 times, cash under the mat. Strange, I thought, but nothing too out of the ordinary. I took down the address, grabbed the order, and headed out into the night. My old car's headlights illuminated the dark roads as I made my way to the edge of town, guided by my GPS. The house was nestled at the end of a long, winding driveway, surrounded by overgrown trees and bushes. The whole place had a neglected look about it, with peeling paint and windows that were too dark to see through. I parked my car and grabbed the pizzas, my mind on the cash tip waiting for me under the mat. As I approached the back door, I noticed how quiet it was. There were no lights on in the house, no sounds of people inside, just the distant chirping of crickets and the rustling of the wind. I placed the pizza boxes by the back door as instructed and rang the bell 3 times. As I reached under the mat for the money, something caught my eye. A glimmer of light from a window, a shadow moving inside. I froze, a chill running down my spine. Who was watching me? I grabbed the cash and hurried back to my car, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pulled out of the driveway, I glanced back at the house one more time. The front door was open. I didn't waste any time getting back to the pizza place, my mind racing with questions. Who lived there? Why did they want the delivery at the back door? And what was that shadow? When I got back, I told my manager about the strange delivery. He laughed it off, telling me I was letting my imagination get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Over the next few weeks, I continued my regular deliveries, trying to forget about that night. But then, the call started. At first, they were just hang-ups. I'd answer the phone, hear a breath on the other end, and then silence. silence, but they grew more frequent, always coming from the same number. Then, one night, the caller spoke. 3 rings, back door, you know where. The voice was low, raspy, almost a whisper. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Who is this? I demanded, but the line went dead. I looked up the number and my blood ran cold. It was the same address as the strange delivery. I told my manager about the call, but again, he brushed it off. Just a prank, he said, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. Days turned into weeks, and the calls continued. Always the same message, always the same voice. 3 rings, back door, you know where. I started to feel like I was being watched. I'd catch glimpses of shadows in the rearview mirror, hear footsteps behind me when I was out on deliveries. I became paranoid, always looking over my shoulder, jumping at the slightest sound. One night, I was closing up the shop, locking the doors, and turning off the lights when I heard it. A ring, then another, then a third. My heart stopped. I looked out the window, and there, standing by the back door, was a figure. Tall, hooded, obscured by shadows. 3 rings, back door, you know where. I don't remember how I got home that night. All I remember is the terror, the certainty that I was in danger. I quit the job the next day, unable to shake the fear that had taken hold of me. I moved to a different town, changed my number, and tried to start fresh. Months after leaving the town and the job behind, I found myself settling into a new routine, living in a new place, and making new friends. The nightmares were less frequent, and the memories of that summer began to fade into the background. But something about it still nagged at me. The voice, the shadow, the rings, they were all connected somehow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. One day, while browsing online, I stumbled across a news story that made my blood run cold. A house on the outskirts of my old town had burned down. Firefighters had discovered the charred remains of an old man inside. The report said he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, living alone in the decaying house. It was the same house I delivered the pizza to. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read further. The investigators had found something strange in the wreckage, a room filled with photographs, maps, and notes. All of them were of me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The man had been stalking me, watching my every move, tracking my routines, even calling me to taunt me with his cryptic messages. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could see were those pale, wild eyes watching me from the shadows. The article went on to say that the fire had been ruled an accident, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The timing, the location, the eerie connection to my own experiences, it all pointed to something more sinister. I began to dig deeper, scouring online records and newspaper archives, driven by a need to understand what had really happened. What I found was a dark web of secrets, lies, and obsession. The man had been a notorious criminal in his younger days, known for stalking and terrorizing his victims before striking. He'd been caught and imprisoned but had been released on parole years before I'd ever set foot in that town. The more I learned, the more horrified I became. His obsession with me had been no accident. He'd chosen me, targeted me for reasons I'll never truly understand. His notes were filled with twisted fantasies, plans for what he wanted to do to me. The calls, the rings, the shadow in the window, they were all part of his game, a way to draw me into his web. The fire, I realized, had been no accident. It had been a cover-up, a way to erase the evidence of his obsession. I went to the police with what I'd found, but they were skeptical. The fire had been ruled an accident, they said, and the case was closed. But I knew the truth. I knew what the man had planned, what he'd wanted to do to me. I've moved on since then, building a new life in a new place, far away from the memories of that summer. But I'll never forget the fear, the terror, the knowledge that I'd been targeted by a madman. I still find myself looking over my shoulder, still hear the ring of the bell in my ears. 3 rings, back door, you know where. To the man who stalked me, who planned to make me his victim, let's not meet again. And to anyone who reads this, trust your instincts. If something feels off, if you feel like you're being watched, don't brush it off. You never know when it might save your life. I've always considered myself observant, someone who notices little details. But it wasn't until I experienced a series of unsettling events that I realized just how much those details can matter. It began with a job relocation that brought me to a new city. As an introverted single woman in my late 20s, I was anxious but excited about starting fresh in an unfamiliar place. I found a charming one-bedroom apartment in a historic building. The landlord seemed pleasant enough, a middle-aged man who lived on the first floor. He assured me the neighborhood was safe and the tenants were quiet, which sounded perfect to me. Things were normal for the first few weeks. I settled into my new job, explored the city, and began to feel more at home. That was until I noticed something odd about my next door neighbor. I'd see him in passing, usually in the evening when I got home from work. He was tall and thin, with a scruffy beard and glasses that seemed too big for his face. He always carried a green backpack, and he seemed to be watching me. At first, I brushed it off as simple curiosity. Maybe he was just interested in the new neighbor. But as the days went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I I'd find him standing in the hallway when I left for work, his eyes fixed on my door as if waiting for me to come out. Once, I even caught him peeking through my living room window. It made me uneasy, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was just socially awkward or lonely. But then things took a darker turn. I started receiving anonymous letters in my mailbox. They were filled with disturbing messages describing what I was wearing, what I was doing, even what I was eating. At first, I thought it was a sick joke, but when the letters continued, each one more detailed and invasive than the last, I knew it was something more. I went to my landlord, hoping he could help. I showed him the letters, explained my concerns about my neighbor, but he just shrugged it off, saying the man had lived there for years and had never caused any trouble. Frustrated and scared, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed a peephole in my door, started keeping my windows closed and blinds drawn, and began carrying pepper spray with me at all times. The letters continued, each one more chilling than the last. They were filled with thinly veiled threats, allusions to violence, and a growing obsession with me. I considered going to the police, but without concrete evidence, I worried they wouldn't take me seriously. Weeks turned into months, and the fear grew. I was constantly on edge, looking over my shoulder, listening for footsteps behind me. My life became consumed by the terror of what might happen if my neighbor decided to act on his twisted fantasies. Then, one night, it all came to a head. I was coming home late from work, my mind on a project I'd been struggling with. As I turned the key in my door, I noticed something out at the corner of my eye. The green backpack. It was in my apartment, tossed carelessly on the floor. My heart stopped as I realized what it meant. My neighbor had been inside my home. I backed away, my mind racing, and called the police. They arrived quickly, searching my apartment and finding evidence that someone had been there. They questioned my neighbor, but he denied everything. Without proof, they couldn't arrest him, but they warned him to stay away from me. I moved out the next day, staying with a friend until I found a new place to live. The terror of that night still haunts me, the knowledge that I'd been watched, stalked, and violated in my own home. But what scares me the most is the realization that I dismissed the signs, ignored my instincts, and allowed myself to believe it was all in my head. Though I had moved to a new apartment and taken all the necessary precautions, the sense of safety I once enjoyed was shattered. The experience with my neighbor had left a mark, and I found myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that green backpack or the piercing gaze of the man who had invaded my privacy. Months went by, and the memory began to fade. I immersed myself in work, making new friends, and rebuilding my life. Yet, there was always a nagging feeling in the back of my mind, a lingering doubt that I was truly free from my neighbor's obsession. Then, something happened that brought it all rushing back. I was out shopping one weekend when I saw him. He was standing at a corner, talking on his phone, that same green backpack slung over his shoulder. Panic welled up inside me, and I ducked into a nearby store, watching him through the window. He didn't seem to notice me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching, still following me. I waited until he was out of sight before leaving the store, but the fear stayed with me, a constant reminder that he was still out there. Days turned into weeks, and I continued to see him, always from a distance, always when I least expected it. At the grocery store, at the park, even at my workplace. He was there, lurking in the shadows, watching my every move. I went to the police again, but without proof, they could do little to help. They suggested I keep a log of the incidents, take photos if I could, and report any suspicious behavior. I did as they suggested, but the sightings continued, each one more unsettling than the last. I considered moving again, even changing jobs, but I knew that running away wouldn't solve the problem. I needed to face it, to find a way to stop him once and for all. With the help of a friend who was a private investigator, I began to dig into my neighbor's past. What I found was a trail of obsession and harassment, a pattern of behavior that stretched back years. He had stalked other women before me, always watching, always waiting, never crossing the line into physical violence, but coming dangerously close. Armed with this new evidence, I went back to the police. This time, they took me seriously, launching an investigation into my neighbor's activities. It took time, patience, and determination, but eventually they were able to build a case against him. He was arrested, charged with stalking and harassment, and finally brought to justice. The trial was a grueling experience, forcing me to relive the fear and violation I had endured, but it was worth it, knowing that he would be held accountable for his actions, that other women would be safe from his twisted obsession. He was found guilty and sentenced to prison, a fitting end to a nightmare that had lasted far too long. In the years since, I've moved on, rebuilding my life and finding a sense of peace and security that I thought was lost forever. But the experience has changed me, taught me to trust my instincts and to never underestimate the power of obsession. To the man with the green backpack, the one who watched me, stalked me, and nearly destroyed my life, let's not meet again. And to anyone who reads this, remember that no one has the right to invade your privacy, to make you feel unsafe or violated. Trust your instincts, seek help if you need it, and never be afraid to stand up for yourself. You never know when those simple actions might make all the difference. I had recently graduated college and landed a job in a small coastal town. I rented a quaint little house that sat on a quiet street lined with tall oaks. The rent was cheap, the landlord was friendly, and the sea was only a stone's throw away. It seemed like a dream. About a month after moving in, I started to notice a pattern. Every Thursday, around 10 p.m., I'd hear a car idling outside my house. It was distant, never loud enough to be alarming, but consistent enough to catch my attention. At first, I thought it was just a neighbor arriving home late, but the sound would linger, sometimes for hours. I'd lie in bed, listening to the gentle hum of the engine, and a feeling of unease would grow. One Thursday, curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to take a look. I peeked through the blinds and saw a black sedan parked across the street. The windows were tinted, and I couldn't make out the driver. I remember feeling a chill. Something about that car didn't seem right. The next day, I mentioned it to a co-worker, expecting him to laugh it off. Instead, he grew serious and said, "You should report it to the police. We've had some burglaries around town recently." I felt silly calling the police over a parked car, but I followed his advice. The officer I spoke to said they'd send a patrol car to check it out the next Thursday, but the car didn't return that week, or the week after, or the one after that. I started to think I'd overreacted, that maybe it was just a coincidence. Fast forward a few months, and I had all but forgotten about the mysterious sedan. That was until I returned home one evening to find my front door ajar. Panic set in, and I called the police. I waited in my car as they searched my house. Nothing was missing, but they found evidence that someone had been inside. They asked about the black sedan, but I hadn't heard or seen it in weeks. I was rattled, and the police suggested I stay with a friend for a few nights. I followed their advice, and a co-worker kindly offered his couch. A week passed, and I started to feel safe again. That's when the phone calls began. The first call came on a Thursday. I picked up, and there was silence on the other end. Thinking it was a wrong number, I hung up, but the calls kept coming, always on Thursdays, always silent. I reported it to the police, but there was little they could do without more evidence. I changed my number, but the calls continued. By this point, I was genuinely scared. I knew I was being targeted, but I didn't know why or by whom. I began to take precautions, installing security cameras and keeping my doors and windows locked at all times. Another month went by, and I started to receive letters. They were anonymous, filled with cryptic messages and veiled threats. The handwriting was shaky, and the words were chilling. The police were more involved by now, and they began to investigate seriously. They traced the letters and the calls, but hit dead ends each time. I was living in a state of constant fear, knowing that someone was watching me, stalking me, but unable to stop them. Then, one Thursday night, I received a call that was different. The voice on the other end was raspy, and the words were slow and deliberate. "You can't escape." I felt a surge of terror and called the police immediately. They traced the call to a payphone near my house and sent officers to search the area. They found the black sedan, abandoned, with photos of me inside. The realization that I had been so closely watched, that my every move had been documented, sent me into a spiral of fear and anxiety. The police continued to investigate, but the trail went cold. They never found the person responsible. I moved away shortly after, leaving behind the coastal town and the house with the tall oaks. I changed jobs, changed my name, did everything I could to start fresh. Life had settled into a new normal, but the experience continued to haunt me. Despite moving to a different city and taking all the precautions, the terror of those events was something I couldn't shake off. Every once in a while, a car's engine would remind me of those nights, or the ring of the phone would send my heart racing. I even saw a therapist to help me cope with the lingering anxiety, but deep inside, I knew I would never feel completely safe again. About a year later, a break in the case came in the most unexpected way. I was watching the news one evening when a report about an arrest in a neighboring town caught my attention. The police had apprehended a man suspected of a series of burglaries and stalking incidents. The face that flashed on the screen sent a chill down my spine, the owner of that black sedan. I immediately contacted the detective who had handled my case. They reopened the investigation and found the connection. The man had been stalking multiple women, documenting their lives, and breaking into their homes. The pattern of behavior matched my experience precisely. His motives remained murky, and he proved to be an enigmatic figure during the interrogations. However, evidence gathered from his home showed a disturbing obsession with his victims. Notebooks filled with details, photographs taken without consent, and even personal items stolen from the women he stalked painted a terrifying picture. The legal process was long and draining. Testifying against him, facing the man who had turned my life upside down, was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Other victims came forward too, each sharing their harrowing experiences. He was eventually convicted on multiple counts, including stalking, harassment, and breaking and entering. The judge's sentence was harsh, reflecting the gravity of his crimes. The conviction brought some closure, but the scars remained. The ordeal had changed me in ways I couldn't have imagined, and the trust I once had in people and my surroundings had eroded. Years have passed since those events, and I've managed to rebuild my life. I've found love, success in my career, and even bought a house of my own. Lane. Let the lessons I learned during that terrifying time continue to shape how I approach the world. I share my story not for sympathy but as a warning. I want others to understand that danger can lurk where you least expect it, and that listening to your intuition and taking precautions can make all the difference. The world can be a beautiful place, full of opportunity and joy, but it can also be dark and frightening. Trust your instincts, protect yourself, and never underestimate the importance of paying attention to those seemingly insignificant details. To the man who stalked me, who made me live in fear and taught me the hard way that evil can wear many faces, let's not meet again. And to anyone who reads this, remember that your safety is in your hands. Be vigilant, be aware, and never hesitate to reach out for help if something doesn't feel right. You never know when those small actions could save you from a nightmare you never saw coming. A couple of years ago, I was living in a small town that was a blend of suburban and rural environments. The people were friendly, but like any place, it had its quirks and stories that the townsfolk liked to share. There was this one particular street that was always spoken of in hushed tones: Evergreen Lane. Evergreen Lane was an old, windy road flanked by thick woods on either side. Some houses were scattered along the stretch, each one seemingly older and more worn than the last. People said it was haunted or cursed, but most dismissed those stories as mere urban legends. I didn't believe in those stories either, not until one chilly evening. I was driving home from work, tired and just wanting to get into my warm bed. My usual route was closed due to construction, so the detour took me through Evergreen Lane. It was dark, and the thick trees seemed to swallow up the beams of my headlights. Halfway down the road, my car sputtered and died. I tried not to panic. I told myself it was just a coincidence, not some curse of Evergreen Lane. My cell phone had no signal, which was common in this secluded area. The only solution was to walk to the nearest house and ask for help. I began my trek down the dark, lonely road, every noise amplifying my growing unease. Then, in the distance, I saw a dim light from a window. It was a house, old and seemingly abandoned, but the light was a welcoming beacon. As I approached the house, I noticed that the light was coming from a candle in the window. The door was slightly ajar. My gut told me something was off, but the cold and my desperation pushed me forward. I knocked softly and called out, "Hello?" My car broke down, and I need some help. Can I use your phone? No response. I knocked again, louder this time, but still no answer. I pushed the door open slightly and peered inside. It was eerily quiet. The house was furnished but looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The floor creaked under my weight, and I could feel the air thick with something I couldn't describe. I found an old landline and picked it up, but there was no dial tone. That's when I heard it, a faint whispering sound coming from upstairs. My heart started to pound, and a chill ran down my spine. I knew I should leave, but something drew me towards the noise. I crept up the stairs, each step seeming to echo through the house. The whispering grew louder, and I could almost make out words, but they were in a language I didn't understand. I reached the top of the stairs and saw a door slightly ajar, the same faint candlelight flickering from inside the room. I pushed the door open, and what I saw will haunt me forever. An old woman, her back to me, was chanting in front of a strange symbol drawn on the floor. Her voice was hypnotic, her words unintelligible. Around her were pictures. Some of them looked like people from the town, and others were unfamiliar. I must have made a noise because she suddenly stopped and turned. Her eyes were black, completely devoid of color, and they bored to me with an intensity that froze me in place. "You shouldn't be here," she rasped, her voice like the wind through dead trees. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I could only stare into those soulless eyes. "You've seen too much," she continued, her voice growing stronger. "You'll never leave Evergreen Lane." I don't know what broke the spell, but I suddenly found the strength to move. I turned and ran, my only thought to get away from that house and the terrifying woman. I stumbled down the stairs and out the door, never looking back. I ran until I reached my car, my breath ragged and my body trembling. Somehow, my car started right up, as if nothing had been wrong with it. I drove away from Evergreen Lane, vowing never to return. I never spoke of what happened that night. The memories were too raw, too terrifying, but I know that something unnatural resides on Evergreen Lane, something that defies explanation. The terror of that night haunted me for years, and the unease never really left me. It was a chapter of my life I wanted to forget, a road I never wanted to revisit. But fate, it seems, had other plans. A few years later, I found myself returning to that small town for a family gathering. My parents still lived there, and they insisted on seeing me after all the time that had passed. I agreed to come, promising myself that I would steer clear of Evergreen Lane. The reunion with my family was pleasant, filled with shared memories and laughter, but there was a cloud hanging over me, a weight pulling me back to that dark chapter. One evening, as my father and I were sharing drinks, he began to talk about the town and its history. The stories of Evergreen Lane came up, and I felt my heart pounding in my chest. "You know, son, those stories about Evergreen Lane are all made up. up, my father said, looking at me intently. I tried to laugh it off. "Oh, come on, Dad, it's just an old road with creepy trees. Every town has one." He shook his head, his expression serious. "No, I'm afraid it's more than that. Did you ever hear about that old woman who lived there?" I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to keep my composure. "An old woman? No, I never heard about her." My father leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She was a witch, or at least that's what they say. Some people in town claim to have seen her perform dark rituals, connecting her to the other side. She vanished one day, and no one knows what happened to her." My blood ran cold, and images from that night flooded back to me. I knew he was talking about the same woman, the same house. "Dad," I finally said, my voice trembling, "I think I've seen her." He looked at me, his eyes wide. "What do you mean?" I hesitated, knowing how crazy it would sound, but I had to tell him. I recounted the whole story, leaving nothing out. My father listened in silence, his face pale. When I finished, he looked at me, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. "Son, we need to find out what's going on there. That house, that woman, it's all connected to something much darker." Despite my terror, I knew he was right. The mystery of Evergreen Lane was calling me back, and I couldn't ignore it. The next day, armed with flashlights and a determination to uncover the truth, my father and I set out for Evergreen Lane. The road was just as I remembered, dark and foreboding. The trees seemed to reach out to us, their branches like gnarled fingers. As we approached the house, I felt the same sense of dread that I had felt years ago. But this time, I was not alone. We cautiously entered, finding the house just as abandoned and worn as before. The memories were vivid, and I could almost hear the old woman's chanting. We searched the house, finding clues to the woman's dark practices, books on witchcraft, strange symbols, and more pictures of people from the town. Finally, we came across a hidden room in the basement, a room filled with evidence of rituals and dark magic. In the center of the room was a book, old and worn, filled with spells and incantations. It became clear that the old woman had been connecting with something evil, something that had a grip on Evergreen Lane. "We need to destroy this," my father said, his voice filled with conviction. "We need to break the curse of Evergreen Lane." We gathered everything, determined to burn it all, to erase the dark stain on the town's history. As the flames consumed the symbols, the books, and the remnants of the old woman's dark practices, I felt a weight lift. The air seemed to clear, and a sense of peace settled over the house. Evergreen Lane was finally free. As we walked back to our car, I looked back at the house one last time. The memories were still there, the terror still real, but the evil was gone. I had faced my fear, uncovered the truth, and broken the curse of Evergreen Lane. But the haunting image of the old woman's black eyes would never leave me, a reminder that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places. Let's not meet again. Evergreen Lane. Let's never meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I first moved to the city for my job, I was excited. The tall buildings, the constant hum of activity, and the promise of new experiences were alluring. I found a cozy apartment on the 15th floor of a high-rise, offering a panoramic view of the cityscape. Little did I know, this view would become the backdrop of my nightmare. It started innocuously enough. I began receiving small gifts at my doorstep, a bouquet of flowers, a box of chocolates, and sometimes handwritten notes. The notes were always unsigned, filled with compliments about my appearance or what I had worn that day. Initially, I thought it might be a secret admirer or a neighbor trying to be friendly, but as days turned into weeks, the gifts became more personal. A scarf in my favorite color, a book by an author I loved, and even a CD of a band I had casually mentioned liking to a colleague. Concerned, I mentioned this to my friend, Lisa, who lived a few blocks away. She suggested it might be someone from work or a friend playing a prolonged prank. To ease my mind, she offered to stay over for a few days. One evening, as we were watching a movie, Lisa pointed to a building opposite mine. "Do you know that from here, if someone had a good enough telescope, they could see right into your apartment?" I looked out, realizing that my large windows, which I loved for the sunlight they let in, also made my life visible to anyone interested in watching. A shiver ran down my spine. The next day, I invested in curtains. But the gifts didn't stop. They became more frequent, and the notes more intimate, detailing things I had done in the privacy of my home. "I loved how you danced in your living room last night," one read. Another said, "The spaghetti you cooked looked delicious." I reported this to the police, but without any tangible evidence or threat, they couldn't do much. They advised me to keep a record of everything I received and to install security cameras. The cameras were my next step. I installed them inside and outside my apartment. For a week, nothing unusual happened. But then, one morning, I found a note on my doorstep. "Cameras won't help you see me, but I can always see you." Terrified, I reviewed the footage, and there it was. In the middle of the night, a figure in a hood and mask, leaving the note at my door. The cameras inside my apartment showed nothing. This person had never entered, yet they knew everything everything I did. Lisa suggested I stay with her for a while. Gratefully, I accepted. A few days turned into weeks, and during this time, no gifts or notes appeared at my apartment. I started to relax, thinking maybe my unseen observer had lost interest. One evening, as Lisa and I returned to her place after dinner, we found her door slightly ajar. Cautiously, we entered. In the middle of her living room was a pile of photographs. They were all of me, taken from a distance, capturing my daily routines. But the most chilling were the ones taken inside Lisa's apartment, showing me sleeping, cooking, or chatting with her. The realization hit hard. This person hadn't lost interest. They had merely shifted their location. They had been watching me from somewhere close, even at Lisa's place. The police were involved again, and this time they took it more seriously. They started by investigating the building I had initially spotted from my apartment. On the topmost floor, in a rented storage room, they found what could only be described as a shrine dedicated to me. Photographs, personal items I had discarded, and a logbook detailing my daily activities. The tenant renting the space was a man named Eric, a freelance photographer. He had become infatuated with me from afar and had started his silent observation. The police arrested him, and he confessed to stalking me for months. He claimed he loved me and believed we were meant to be together. The trial was swift, and Eric was sentenced to several years in prison and mandatory therapy. I moved out of the city, seeking solace in a quieter, more private place. After the trial, I found it hard to return to any semblance of normalcy. The city, once a symbol of opportunity and excitement, now felt like a vast expanse of potential threats. Every stranger's glance felt like a piercing gaze, every unexpected noise a potential danger. I decided to move to a smaller town, hoping the change of scenery would help me heal. The town I chose was the polar opposite of the city, nestled in the mountains. It was a place where everyone greeted each other by name and where community events were the highlight of the week. My new home was a cottage on the outskirts, surrounded by trees and overlooking a serene lake. The first few months were peaceful. The natural beauty of the place and the kindness of the locals were therapeutic. I took up gardening, spent hours reading by the lake, and even adopted a dog, Max, who quickly became my loyal companion. However, the scars of my past experience ran deep. I invested in a state-of-the-art security system for my cottage and often found myself double-checking locks and windows. Nighttime was especially challenging. Every rustle outside, every creak of the wooden floorboards would send my heart racing. One evening, as I was settling into bed, Max began to growl, his gaze fixed on the window. I tried to calm him down, thinking he might have seen a squirrel or some other animal, but his growling intensified, turning into barks. Concerned, I approached the window and peered out. To my horror, I saw a silhouette of a man standing at the edge of the woods, his figure illuminated by the moonlight. He was just standing there, staring at my house. Panic surged through me, memories of Eric and his relentless stalking flooding back. I immediately called the local sheriff's department. Within minutes, 2 patrol cars arrived, their sirens piercing the otherwise silent night. The officers conducted a thorough search of the area but found no one. They took my statement and promised to increase patrols around my property. The next morning, I found a single photograph on my doorstep. It was a picture of me taken from a distance while I was gardening. On the back, written in a familiar handwriting, were the words, "New place, same us." I handed the photograph to the police. They confirmed my worst fears. Eric had been released on parole for good behavior and had somehow managed to track me down. The police immediately issued a warrant for his arrest and provided me with round-the-clock protection. Days turned into weeks, and there was no sign of Eric. But the fear was ever present, the feeling of being watched never leaving me. One evening, as the storm raged outside, there was a knock on my door. Max immediately went into guard mode, his growls echoing through the house. I approached the door cautiously, peeping through the peephole. It was one of the officers assigned to patrol my house. I opened the door, relief washing over me, but as I greeted him, I noticed his uniform was drenched, not from the rain, but in blood. Before I could react, he lunged at me, a deranged look in his eyes. We struggled, Max barking and snapping at him. In the chaos, I managed to hit him with a vase, knocking him out. The police arrived shortly after, having received a distress signal from the officer's car. It turned out that Eric had ambushed the officer, taken his uniform, and tried to get to me. He was arrested and sent back to prison, this time with no chance of parole. The ordeal was a stark reminder that the past can come back to haunt you, no matter how far you run. But it also taught me the importance of resilience and the will to fight back. With the support of the community and therapy, I began to rebuild my life, determined not to let fear define me. Today, I'm an advocate for stalking victims, using my experience to raise awareness and help others. The journey has been long and challenging, but I've learned that with determination and the right support, one can overcome even the darkest of shadows. I've always been a creature of habit. My routines were predictable, from my morning coffee run to my evening jogs in the local park. It was this predictability, however, that nearly became my undoing. It was a crisp autumn evening, and the park was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The familiar trail, with its canopy of trees and the gentle sound of the nearby stream, was comforting. As I jogged, my earbuds delivered my favorite podcast, creating a bubble of contentment. About 15 minutes into my run, I noticed a man sitting on one of the park benches. He was dressed inconspicuously in jeans and a hoodie, but his intense gaze was fixed on me. I felt a pang of unease but brushed it off, attributing it to an overactive imagination. As I continued my run, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of the leaves, every distant footstep seemed amplified. I decided to cut my run short and head home. As I neared the park's exit, a black sedan pulled up alongside me. The rear window rolled down, and the same man from the bench leaned out. "Hey, I think you dropped this," he said, holding up a pendant that looked eerily similar to the one I always wore. Confused, I slowed down, instinctively reaching for my necklace. To my horror, it was missing. "Oh, thank you," I replied cautiously, reaching out to take it. In a split second, the man lunged at me, trying to pull me into the car. Panic surged through me, and I fought back with all my might, screaming and thrashing. My earbuds were yanked out, and the pendant fell to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of headlights illuminated the scene. Another car had turned into the park's entrance. The man, startled, released his grip on me. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed him away and ran towards the approaching car, waving frantically. The car screeched to a halt, and two people jumped out. The man in the sedan, seeing he was outnumbered, quickly drove off. The couple from the car rushed to my aid, their faces etched with concern. Shaken, I recounted the events to them. They immediately called the police, who arrived within minutes. I provided a description of the man and the sedan, and they began their search. The following days were a blur of police statements, sleepless nights, and overwhelming anxiety. The thought of how close I had come to being abducted haunted me. My routines, once a source of comfort, now felt like potential pitfalls. A week later, the police made a breakthrough. The black sedan was found abandoned in a nearby town. Inside, they discovered ropes, duct tape, and a collection of women's personal items, including my pendant. The car was registered to a man with a history of stalking and assault. He had been released from prison a few months prior and had seemingly returned to his old habits. With the evidence at hand, the police launched a manhunt. It wasn't long before they apprehended him, hiding out in a motel. The trial was swift, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The ordeal left a lasting impact on me. I became more vigilant, always aware of my surroundings, and never taking my safety for granted. I also became an advocate for personal safety, conducting workshops and seminars to educate others about the importance of being alert and prepared. The experience also taught me the value of community. The couple who had come to my aid, Jake and Mia, became close friends. Together, we founded a non-profit organization dedicated to helping survivors of abduction and assault, providing them with the resources and support they need to rebuild their lives. The aftermath of the incident was a transformative period in my life. The city, which had once been a playground of familiar routines, now felt like a labyrinth of shadows. Every corner held potential danger, every stranger a potential threat. But as the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the raw edge of fear began to dull, replaced by a newfound determination. Jake, Mia, and I poured our energy into the nonprofit. We named it Safe Steps, symbolizing the journey towards safety and recovery. Our first initiative was to create a community watch program. Volunteers were trained to patrol neighborhoods, especially during the early morning and late evening hours, ensuring that those out for a jog or returning from work felt a little safer. We also collaborated with local schools and colleges, conducting workshops on personal safety. Students were taught basic self-defense techniques and the importance of being aware of their surroundings. These workshops became immensely popular, and soon we were receiving requests from institutions across the state. But perhaps the most impactful initiative was our support group for survivors. Every week, we would gather in a community center, forming a circle of trust and understanding. Here, survivors could share their stories, their fears, and their hopes. Listening to their experiences, I realized I wasn't alone in my trauma. We were a tapestry of resilience, each thread telling a story of survival and hope. One evening, after a particularly emotional support group session, a young woman approached me. Her name was Clara, and she had been attending our sessions for a few weeks. With tears in her eyes, she handed me a small package. Inside was a pendant, identical to the one I had lost. "I wanted you to have this," she whispered. "Your story, your strength, gave me hope. This is a small token of my gratitude." I was moved beyond words. It was moments like these that reaffirmed my belief in the path I had chosen. From a victim, I had become a beacon of hope for others, turning my traumatic experience experience into a force for positive change. Years passed, and Safe Steps grew from a local initiative to a national movement. We received endorsements from celebrities, partnered with major corporations for funding, and even collaborated with the government on policy changes related to personal safety and victim support. As I sit in my office today, surrounded by awards and accolades, I often find myself reflecting on that fateful evening in the park. It was a moment that could have broken me, but instead, it became the catalyst for a journey of empowerment and advocacy. Life has a way of throwing curveballs, testing our mettle and resolve. But it's in these moments of adversity that we discover our true strength, our purpose, and with the right support and determination, we can turn our darkest hours into our most defining moments. The quaint town of Elmridge was the kind of place where neighbors knew each other's names, children played freely in the streets, and doors were often left unlocked. It was this sense of security and community that drew me to Elmridge after years of living in the bustling city. I found a charming two-story house on Willow Street, complete with a white picket fence and a sprawling backyard. The previous owners had maintained a beautiful garden, and the large oak tree in the corner provided a canopy of shade. It was idyllic, a place I could finally call home. The first few weeks were filled with the excitement of settling in. I got to know my neighbors, the elderly Mrs. Thompson to my left, who had lived in Elbridge her entire life, and the young Martins family to my right, with their two boisterous kids. One evening, as I was arranging my bedroom, I noticed something odd. The window facing the backyard had a small, almost imperceptible scratch on the glass, forming a circle about the size of a quarter. I dismissed it as wear and tear, making a mental note to get it fixed. A few nights later, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a faint noise coming from the backyard. It sounded like the soft crunch of leaves. I sat up, straining my ears, but the sound had stopped. Thinking it might be an animal, I went back to sleep. The next morning, as I was watering the plants, I found footprints near my bedroom window. They were fresh, indicating that someone had been there the previous night. A chill ran down my spine. I immediately reported it to the local police. Officer Daniels, a stout man with a kind face, arrived shortly after. He examined the footprints in the scratched window. "It looks like someone's been peeping," he said gravely. "We've had a few similar reports in the area recently. We're doing our best to catch this individual." He advised me to be vigilant, to keep my windows and doors locked, and to report any suspicious activity. The news was unsettling. The sanctuary I had found in Elbridge felt tainted. That evening, I installed motion sensor lights around the house and set up a security camera facing the backyard. I also informed my neighbors about the incident, urging them to be cautious. Days turned into weeks, and there were no further incidents. The sense of unease gradually faded, replaced by the routines of daily life. But the illusion of safety was shattered one evening. I was in the living room, engrossed in a book, when the motion sensor lights suddenly turned on. I froze, my heart racing. Grabbing my phone, I accessed the live feed from the security camera. To my horror, I saw a man standing near my bedroom window, his face obscured by a hood. He was holding something small and shiny, which he was using to scratch the window, creating the same circular mark I had noticed earlier. I immediately called the police, keeping an eye on the intruder through the camera feed. He seemed unaware of the lights or the camera, completely engrossed in his active voyeurism. Within minutes, I heard sirens in the distance. The man, hearing them too, began to panic. He looked around frantically, finally noticing the camera. Our eyes met through the lens, and for a brief moment, I saw a look of sheer terror on his face. He bolted just as Officer Daniels and his team arrived. They gave chase, and after a brief pursuit, the man was apprehended. He was identified as Tom Mitchell, a resident of Elmridge with a history of voyeuristic behavior. The small shiny object he used to scratch windows was a ring, a twisted trophy of his escapades. The news of his arrest sent shockwaves through the community. People were horrified that one of their own could commit such acts. The scratched windows, his signature, were found in several homes, revealing the extent of his voyeurism. In the aftermath, the community came together, holding meetings to discuss safety measures and offering support to those affected. I, too, became an active participant, sharing my experience and advocating for increased vigilance. The weeks following Tom Mitchell's arrest were a mix of relief and introspection for the Elbridge community. The town meetings became more frequent, evolving from discussions about safety to broader topics like mental health and community support. It was clear that while Tom's actions were inexcusable, there was a collective desire to understand the underlying causes and prevent such incidents in the future. Mrs. Thompson, who had lived in Elbridge her entire life, shared stories of a younger Tom, a boy who had faced challenges from a young age. Abandoned by his parents, he had grown up in foster care, often feeling isolated and misunderstood. While this didn't excuse his actions, it painted a picture of a troubled individual who had slipped through the cracks. Inspired by these discussions, the Martins family took the initiative to start a community outreach program. Their aim was to identify and support individuals in Elmridge who were struggling, whether it be with mental health issues, financial difficulties, or feelings of isolation. I joined the program, seeing it as an opportunity to turn a negative experience into positive action. Our first project was to set up a community center, a space where residents could come together for various activities, workshops, and support groups. We organized fundraisers, and the response was overwhelming. People from all walks of life contributed, from teenagers hosting bake sales to local businesses donating supplies. The Elmridge Community Center, as it came to be known, quickly became the heart of the town. We offered after-school programs for kids, counseling services, job training workshops, and even art and music classes. It was a place of healing, learning, and connection. One of the most impactful programs was the Mentorship Initiative. Adults in the community volunteered to mentor young individuals, providing guidance, support, and a listening ear. The idea was to ensure that no one felt alone or unsupported, as Tom had. As months turned into years, the ripple effects of the community center became evident. Elmridge saw a decrease in crime rates, an increase in school performance, and most importantly, a stronger sense of community. Neighbors looked out for each other, and the bonds formed in the center spilled out into the streets, parks, and homes. On a personal level, the experience was transformative. The trauma of that night with the peeping Tom had left scars, but working with the community, channeling my energy into positive change, was therapeutic. I formed deep friendships, especially with Mia from the Martins family. Together, we spearheaded many of the center's initiatives, drawing strength from each other. One evening, as we were wrapping up a workshop at the center, Mia handed me a letter. It was from Tom Mitchell. With trepidation, I opened it. The letter was a heartfelt apology, expressing remorse for his actions and gratitude for the changes the community had implemented. He wrote of his time in therapy, the revelations he had about his behavior, and his hope for a second chance. While the letter didn't erase the past, it was a testament to the power of community intervention and support. Elmridge had turned a dark chapter into a story of hope, resilience, and collective growth. Today, as I walk the streets of Elmridge, I'm filled with pride. The town, with its vibrant community center, active outreach programs, and tight-knit residents, stands as a beacon of what's possible when people come together in the face of adversity. It's a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope waiting to be ignited. It was a typical Thursday evening. I had just returned from a long day at work, and the only thing on my mind was to kick back, watch some TV, and maybe indulge in a glass of wine. My apartment was on the 3rd floor of an old building, and while it wasn't the most modern or luxurious, it was home. The creaky wooden floors and the old-fashioned radiators added a certain charm that I had grown fond of. I settled into my couch, remote in hand, when I heard a faint noise coming from the hallway. It sounded like footsteps, but I brushed it off as one of my neighbors. The walls were thin, and I had grown accustomed to hearing the occasional noise from the hallway or the apartment next door. A few minutes passed, and I heard the noise again. This time, it was closer, almost right outside my door. I muted the TV and listened intently. The footsteps were soft, deliberate, and eerily quiet. It was as if someone was trying their best not to make a sound. My heart began to race. I lived alone, and the thought of an intruder was terrifying. I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. The hallway was dimly lit, but I could make out the silhouette of a man standing just a few feet away from my door. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie and a mask. He seemed to be listening, waiting for something. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't notice me. Suddenly, he began to fiddle with the doorknob. Panic surged through me. I hadn't locked the door when I came in. I quickly turned the lock, but it was too late. The door creaked open slightly, and the man's eyes met mine. For a split second, we both froze. Then, without a word, he pushed the door with force. I stumbled back, trying to find something to defend myself with. The intruder was now inside my apartment, his eyes scanning the room. I grabbed a vase from the coffee table and hurled it at him. It missed, shattering against the wall, but it bought me a few precious seconds to run to my bedroom and lock the door. I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto it. The operator picked up, and I whispered my address and the situation. She assured me that the police were on their way and told me to stay on the line. The intruder was now banging on my bedroom door, shouting threats. I could hear the wood splintering, and I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I quickly opened my window, which led to the fire escape. Without a second thought, I climbed out, praying he wouldn't follow. I made my way down the metal stairs as quickly as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the ground, I ran to the street, looking for help. A few neighbors had come out, drawn by the commotion. They took me in, offering comfort and support. The police arrived within minutes. They searched the building and found the intruder hiding in the basement. It turned out he had been responsible for a string of burglaries in the area. He had been watching me for days, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. I was shaken, but grateful to be alive. The experience was a stark reminder of the importance of always being vigilant and taking precautions to ensure one's safety. I now double check my locks every night and have installed a security system. I also joined a neighborhood watch group, determined to prevent others from going through what I did. The weeks that followed were a blur of police statements, court appearances, and sleepless nights. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window sent my heart racing. I had nightmares of the intruder, his masked face looming over me, his cold eyes filled with malice. My friends and family were incredibly supportive. They offered to stay with me, to keep me company during the long nights, but I declined. I needed to face my fears head on, to reclaim my space and my sense of security. One evening, as I was returning from work, I noticed a note slipped under my door. It was from Mrs. Henderson, the elderly lady who lived in the apartment below mine. She had written, "Dear, I heard about what happened. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. If you ever need someone to talk to, or just a cup of tea, my door is always open." Touched by her kindness, I decided to take her up on her offer. Over cups of chamomile tea, Mrs. Henderson shared her own story. Years ago, she had been the victim of a home invasion. She spoke of the trauma, the fear, and the long journey to healing, but she also spoke of resilience, of the strength she discovered within herself, and of the community that rallied around her. Our conversations became a regular occurrence. We'd sit in her cozy living room, surrounded by photos of her grandchildren and mementos from her travels, and talk for hours. She became a source of comfort and wisdom, a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. One day, she handed me a small pendant. It was a delicate silver locket with an intricate floral design. "This was my mother's," she said. "She gave it to me after the incident as a reminder that I was never alone. I want you to have it." I was moved to tears. The locket became a symbol of my journey, a reminder of the strength I had found within myself and the support I had received from those around me. As the months went by, I began to heal. The nightmares became less frequent, the fear less paralyzing. I started attending therapy, where I learned coping mechanisms and strategies to deal with my trauma. I also became more involved in the community, volunteering at a local shelter and joining self-defense classes. The intruder's trial came to an end, and he was sentenced to several years in prison. While it brought some closure, I knew that true healing would come from within. I had to let go of the past, to move forward and rebuild my life. Today, I'm a stronger, more resilient person. I've learned the importance of community, of looking out for one another, and of never taking our safety for granted. I've also learned that even in our darkest moments, there is always a glimmer of hope, a hand reaching out to help us through. And every day, as I wear the silver locket around my neck, I'm reminded of the journey I've been on and the incredible people who have stood by my side. I've always been an avid hiker. The feeling of being surrounded by nature, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves underfoot is therapeutic for me. I've hiked countless trails, from the well-trodden paths of national parks to the lesser-known local trails. But there's one hike I'll never forget, and it's not because of the beauty of the trail. It was a warm summer evening, and I decided to take a hike in a forested area about an hour's drive from my home. I had been to this forest a few times before, but I always stuck to the main trail. This time, I wanted to explore a bit, so I decided to venture off the beaten path. About an hour into my hike, I stumbled upon a clearing. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over everything. I decided to take a break and enjoy the view. As I was sitting there, I heard faint voices in the distance. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the sound. The voices grew louder as I approached, and I soon realized they were chanting. I treaded carefully, making sure not to make any noise. As I got closer, I saw a group of about 20 people, all dressed in long, dark robes, standing in a circle around a large bonfire. They were chanting in a language I couldn't recognize. I hid behind a tree, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The group seemed to be performing some sort of ritual. In the center of the circle, there was a large wooden statue, crudely carved to resemble a humanoid figure. The statue was surrounded by various objects, including animal skulls, candles, and what looked like bowls of liquid. Suddenly, one of the robed figures stepped forward, holding a live chicken by its legs. The chanting grew louder and more intense. The figure raised the chicken above his head and then swiftly brought it down, cutting its throat with a sharp knife. The blood was collected in one of the bowls. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I had seen enough. I slowly began to retreat, making sure not to alert the group to my presence. But as I was backing away, I stepped on a twig, which snapped loudly under my weight. The chanting stopped abruptly. All eyes turned in my direction. My heart raced as I realized I had been spotted. Without thinking, I turned and ran as fast as I could, not looking back. The forest was dark now, and I could hear the group chasing after me. Their chants had turned into angry shouts routes. I ran blindly, tripping over roots and branches, but the adrenaline kept me going. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the main trail. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I started the car and sped away, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. When I finally reached home, I locked all the doors and windows. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't sleep that night or the next. The following day, I reported the incident to the local police. They searched the forest but found no trace of the group or their ritual site. They told me it was probably just a group of kids playing a prank, but I knew what I saw was real. A few weeks after the incident, I tried to put the whole thing behind me. I focused on work, spent time with friends, and even took up a new hobby, pottery. Anything to distract myself from the haunting memories of that evening in the forest. But the universe had other plans. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I returned home to find a small package on my doorstep. There was no return address, just my name written in a hurried scrawl. Curiosity piqued, I opened it. Inside was a small, hand-carved wooden figurine. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the larger statue I had seen in the forest clearing. My heart raced as I turned the figurine over in my hands. Tied around its neck was a note that read, "We know where you live." Panic sudden, I immediately called the police, who took the package for examination. They advised me to stay somewhere else for a few days, just to be safe. I decided to stay with my sister, who lived in a neighboring town. The next few days were a blur. The police couldn't find any fingerprints on the package or the figurine. They patrolled my neighborhood but found no signs of suspicious activity. They suggested it might be a prank, but I wasn't convinced. One evening, as I was leaving my sister's house to grab some takeout, I noticed a car parked across the street. It was an old, beat-up sedan with tinted windows. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I returned, the car was still there. And the next morning, and the next evening, it was always there, watching. I reported it to the police, who sent a patrol car to check it out. But by the time they arrived, the sedan was gone. This cat and mouse game continued for days. Every time I saw the car and called the police, it would disappear before they arrived. Feeling trapped and paranoid, I decided to confront the situation head on. One night, when I saw the sedan parked across the street, I approached it. As I got closer, the car's engine roared to life, and it sped away, but not before I caught a glimpse of the driver, a man in a dark robe. I was now certain that the group from the forest was stalking me. But why? What did they want? Desperate for answers, I decided to hire a private investigator. After explaining everything to him, he agreed to look into it. He started by digging into local legends and folklore. What he found was chilling. The forest, it turned out, had a dark history. There were tales of a secret cult that had operated in the area for centuries. They were rumored to perform rituals and sacrifices in the forest, especially during the summer solstice. The wooden statue I had seen was a representation of their deity, a forest spirit that they believed granted them power and immortality. The Pai believed that my accidental discovery of their ritual had put me in grave danger. They saw me as a threat and would stop at nothing to ensure my silence. With this information, the police launched a full-scale investigation. They combed the forest, and after days of searching, they stumbled upon the ritual site. The clearing was empty, but evidence of recent activity was evident. The breakthrough came when a local farmer reported seeing a group of people in dark robes entering an old, abandoned farmhouse on his property. The police raided the farmhouse and found the cult members, including the man I had seen driving the sedan. The group was arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including stalking and attempted kidnapping. It turned out they had been planning to make me their next sacrifice. I was finally free from their clutches, but the trauma of the experience will stay with me forever. I moved to a different city, changed my name, and started a new life. The forest, once a place of solace for me, now represents a dark chapter in my life that I hope to never revisit. But one thing is for sure, I'll never venture off the beaten path again. When I first moved into my new apartment, everything seemed perfect. It was a quaint 2-bedroom unit in a quiet suburban neighborhood. The rent was affordable, and the location was close to my workplace. I was thrilled to have found such a gem. The first time I met Mr. Thompson, my next door neighbor, was on a sunny Saturday morning. I was unloading boxes from my car when he approached me with a wide grin. He was an older man, probably in his late 60s, with thinning gray hair and deep-set blue eyes that seemed to always be observing. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he said, extending a hand. "I'm Harold Thompson, but you could call me Harry." I shook his hand, introducing myself. He offered to help with the boxes, but I politely declined. There was something about his intense gaze that made me slightly uncomfortable. Over the next few weeks, I settled into my new home. I'd occasionally run into Mr. Thompson in the hallway or the parking lot. He was always friendly, often striking up conversations about the weather or local news. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me a bit too closely. One evening, as I was cooking dinner, I heard a knock on my door. I opened it to find find Mr. Thompson holding a plate of freshly baked cookies. "Just a little welcome gift," he said with a smile. I thanked him, albeit hesitantly, and closed the door. The cookies looked delicious, but I couldn't bring myself to eat them. Instead, I threw them away, feeling a pang of guilt for being so suspicious. A few days later, I came home to find a note slipped under my door. It was from Mr. Thompson, inviting me over for dinner. I pondered the invitation, torn between wanting to be polite and my growing unease. In the end, I decided to decline, citing a prior engagement. That's when things started to get strange. I began to notice Mr. Thompson more frequently. He'd be outside watering his plants when I left for work and would still be there when I returned. He'd often be in the hallway, seemingly waiting for me, and on more than one occasion, I caught him peering into my windows. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but the incidents kept piling up. I'd find small gifts outside my door, flowers, chocolates, even a stuffed animal. Each time, there'd be a note from Mr. Thompson. One evening, as I was watching TV, I heard a noise coming from my balcony. I cautiously approached the sliding door and peered outside. To my horror, I saw Mr. Thompson standing there, trying to pick the lock. I immediately called the police. They arrived within minutes, arresting Mr. Thompson. As they led him away in handcuffs, he kept shouting, "I just wanted to be friends." The next day, I spoke to the building's property manager. She looked visibly shaken as she told me about Mr. Thompson's history. He had previously been institutionalized for stalking and had a restraining order against him from a former neighbor. She apologized profusely for not informing me earlier. I was in shock. I had unknowingly been living next to a psychopath. I immediately began looking for a new place to live, eager to put this nightmare behind me. A few weeks later, as I was packing up my belongings, I received a letter in the mail. It was from Mr. Thompson, written from jail. In it, he professed his love for me and vowed to wait for me, no matter how long it took. I was terrified. I moved out the next day, leaving no forwarding address. I also changed my phone number and deleted all my social media accounts. Months turned into years, and the memory of Mr. Thompson began to fade. I had built a new life for myself in a bustling city, far away from the quiet suburban neighborhood where I had once lived. My new apartment was on the 15th floor of a high-rise building, offering a panoramic view of the city skyline. The added security measures, like the 24-hour concierge and CCTV cameras, gave me a sense of safety I hadn't felt in a long time. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to unwind at a local wine bar. As I sipped on my glass of Chardonnay, I noticed a man sitting at the other end of the bar, staring intently at me. He was older, with a familiar set of deep-set blue eyes. My heart raced as I realized it was Mr. Thompson. Panicking, I quickly paid my bill and left the bar. I hailed a cab and instructed the driver to take a roundabout route to my apartment, hoping to lose any potential tail. Once home, I double-checked all the locks and drew the curtains. The next morning, I contacted the police and informed them of the sighting. They assured me they would look into it, but without any concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. Days turned into weeks, and there were no further sightings of Mr. Thompson. I began to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe the trauma of the past had made me see things that weren't there. But one evening, as I was returning home from work, I found a familiar-looking note slipped under my apartment door. My hands trembled as I unfolded the paper. They read, "Distance can't keep us apart. I've missed you." I was paralyzed with fear. How had he found me? And how had he managed to get past the building's security? I immediately contacted the building management and the police. They reviewed the CCTV footage and, to my horror, found multiple instances of Mr. Thompson loitering in the building's lobby. He had somehow managed to bypass security by posing as a maintenance worker. The police launched a manhunt, but Mr. Thompson was nowhere to be found. They stationed an officer outside my apartment and advised me to stay vigilant. Despite the added security, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak, every shadow sent me into a panic. Sleep became a distant memory. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a soft tapping on my window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I mustered the courage to peek through the curtains and came face to face with Mr. Thompson, who was dangling from a rope outside my 15th floor apartment. I screamed, alerting the police officers stationed outside my door. Within seconds, they had apprehended Mr. Thompson. It turned out he had been living in the building's basement, plotting his next move. Mr. Thompson was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and attempted kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The ordeal left me traumatized. I sought therapy and slowly began to rebuild my life. I moved to a different country, started a new job, and even adopted a dog for companionship and protection. Today, I'm in a much better place, both mentally and emotionally, but the scars of the past will always remain. I've learned the hard way that monsters aren't just in stories, they can be right next door. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. The city had always been my sanctuary. The hustle and bustle, the lights, the sounds, it all felt alive and comforting. But that perception changed one fateful night. I had been out with friends at a local pub. We laughed, shared stories, and lost track of time. Before I knew it, it was past midnight. My friends, who lived in the opposite direction, offered to share a cab, but I declined. My apartment was only a 20-minute walk away, and I had made the journey countless times. Besides, the night was clear, and the streets were illuminated by the soft glow of streetlights. The first 10 minutes of my walk were uneventful. The city's sounds began to fade, replaced by the distant hum of traffic and the occasional hoot of an owl. I was lost in thought, replaying the evening's events in my mind, when I noticed a figure about half a block behind me. At first, I thought nothing of it. It was a city after all, and people were always out and about. But as I continued walking, I realized the figure was matching my pace. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, the distance between us remained the same. A knot of unease formed in my stomach. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided to test my theory. I quickened my pace, and sure enough, the figure did the same. I then took a sudden turn down a side street, and after a few moments, the figure appeared, still tailing me. Panic sudden, I pulled out my phone, ready to dial the police, but to my horror, the battery was dead. I cursed myself for not charging it earlier. I knew I had to lose this person, so I decided to take a detour through a nearby park. It was a risk, given the park's reputation for being a hotspot for unsavory activities at night. But I was desperate. As I entered the park, the only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. The path was dimly lit, with shadows dancing eerily in the moonlight. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, hoping to put some distance between me and my pursuer. But as I neared the park's exit, I heard footsteps closing in. They were fast and deliberate. I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, echoing in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my arm, pulling me to a stop. I screamed, ready to fight for my life, but the grip on my arm tightened. "Hey, wait," a voice called out. I turned to face my pursuer, and to my surprise, it was a woman, probably in her early 30s. She looked as scared as I felt. "I'm so sorry," she panted, catching her breath. "I didn't mean to scare you. I saw that man following you, and I wanted to make sure you were okay." Confused, I asked, "What man?" She pointed to the park's entrance, where a tall, shadowy figure stood, watching us. The woman explained that she had been leaving a late-night shift at a nearby convenience store when she noticed the man trailing me. Concerned for my safety, she decided to follow and intervene if necessary. We quickly exited the park, sticking together as we made our way to the main road. The man didn't follow, but we weren't taking any chances. The woman, whose name was Lisa, offered to walk me home, and I gratefully accepted. As we approached my apartment, I thanked Lisa for her kindness and bravery. We exchanged numbers, promising to stay in touch. She insisted on waiting until I was safely inside before leaving. That night, I lay in bed, shaken by the evening's events. The city that had once felt so familiar now seemed fraught with danger, but in the midst of that fear, I found solace in the kindness of a stranger. Lisa and I became fast friends, bonding over our shared experience. We often joked that it was the universe's way of bringing us together, but in all seriousness, I'll forever be grateful to her. She reminded me that even in our darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope. In the days that followed, I took extra precautions. I invested in a portable phone charger, started attending self-defense classes, and made it a point to never walk home alone late at night. The incident had been a wake-up call, and I was determined to be better prepared. Lisa and I grew closer, often meeting up for coffee or a movie. We became each other's confidantes, sharing stories of our past, our dreams for the future, and everything in between. It was refreshing to have someone who understood the trauma I had experienced and who had been there to help me through it. One evening, as we were leaving a local cafe, Lisa's face turned pale. She grabbed my arm, her grip tight. "It's him," she whispered, nodding subtly towards a man sitting a few tables away. He was engrossed in a newspaper, but there was no mistaking him. It was the man from that night. We quickly left the cafe, trying to remain calm. Once we were a safe distance away, Lisa revealed a chilling detail. She had seen the man several times since our encounter in the park, always lurking in the shadows, watching from a distance. She had even received anonymous phone calls in the middle of the night, with nothing but heavy breathing on the other end. We decided to go to the police. They took our statements and promised to investigate. A few days later, they called us in for an update. The man, whose name was Robert, had a history of stalking and had served time in prison for similar offenses. He had been released on parole a few months before our encounter. The police issued a restraining order against Robert and warned him to stay away from both of us. But the damage had been done. The feeling of being constantly watched, of never truly being safe, weighed heavily on us. Lisa and I leaned on each other for support. We installed security cameras in our homes, joined a support group for stalking victims, and even started a neighborhood watch program. We were determined to reclaim our sense of security and help others do the same. As the months months went by, there were no further incidents. Robert seemed to have gotten the message and disappeared from our lives. While the experience had changed us, we became more vigilant, more aware of our surroundings, and more appreciative of the simple joys of life. One evening, as we sat on my balcony watching the sunset, Lisa turned to me with tears in her eyes. "You know," she said, "as terrifying as that night was, I'm grateful for it. It brought us together and showed us how strong we truly are." I nodded in agreement, squeezing her hand. We've been through hell and back, but we came out stronger on the other side, and for that, I'm forever grateful. We sat in silence, watching as the sky turned from orange to pink to purple. The city lights twinkled below, and for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. It was a cold winter night, and I had just finished a late shift at the office. Exhausted and eager to get home, I decided to hail a taxi instead of waiting for the bus. Within minutes, a yellow cab pulled up, and I climbed into the back seat. The driver, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a scruffy beard, gave me a curt nod as I told him my address. He didn't say much, which was fine by me. I was too tired for small talk. As we drove, I noticed that he kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror. At first, I brushed it off, thinking he was just checking on his passenger, but as the journey continued, his stares became more prolonged and intense. Feeling uneasy, I decided to make small talk to break the tension. "Busy night?" I asked. He grunted in response, his eyes never leaving the road. "Not really. You're my last fare for the night." I nodded, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. I told myself I was being paranoid. After all, he was just a taxi driver doing his job. But as we continued driving, I realized we were heading in the wrong direction. My apartment was in the north end of the city, but we were heading south. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think you're going the wrong way." He didn't respond. Instead, he locked the car doors and increased his speed. Panic set in. I fumbled for my phone, but before I could dial 911, he reached back and snatched it from my hand. "Who are you? What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He chuckled, a cold, humorless sound. "Just taking a little detour." I racked my brain, trying to think of a way out. The windows were locked, and the doors wouldn't budge. I was trapped. As we drove further away from the city, the surroundings became more desolate. We were now on a deserted country road, surrounded by thick woods on either side. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt. The driver turned to face me, his eyes cold and emotionless. "Get out," he ordered. I hesitated, fear gripping me. "Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I said, "Get out." With no other option, I complied. The cold air hit me as I stepped out of the car, my breath visible in the freezing night. The driver got out as well, the knife still in his hand. He approached me slowly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "You know," he said, "I've been driving this cab for years, and every once in a while, I like to have a little fun." I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. "Please, just let me go," I begged. He laughed, the sound echoing through the silent woods. "Not tonight." Suddenly, headlights appeared in the distance. Another car was approaching. The driver hesitated, glancing between me and the oncoming vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, I made a run for it. I sprinted into the woods, the driver's shouts echoing behind me. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just ran, my only thought to get as far away as possible. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon a house. I banged on the door, pleading for help. An elderly couple answered, their faces filled with concern. I quickly explained what had happened, and they immediately called the police. The officers arrived within minutes, taking my statement and launching a search for the taxi driver, but he was nowhere to be found. The only trace of him was his abandoned cab, parked on the side of the road. The police later informed me that the taxi was stolen, and the driver had a long history of criminal activity, including assault and robbery. They believed he had targeted me for a potential robbery, but his intentions had changed when he realized I was alone. I was shaken by the ordeal but grateful to be alive. The elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. O'Brien, kindly offered to let me stay with them for the night, and I gratefully accepted. The next day, I returned to the city, determined to put the traumatic experience behind me. But the memory of that night haunted me. I became wary of taxis, opting to walk or use public transport instead. Months went by, and the police were unable to locate the driver. I began to lose hope that he would ever be brought to justice. But then, one day, I received a call from Detective Martinez, the lead investigator on my case. "We got him," he said, his voice filled with relief. "He was picked up in a neighboring state for a different crime, but we were able to link him to your case through fingerprints found in the stolen taxi." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Justice had finally been served. The aftermath of that night changed my life in more ways than I could have imagined. The trauma lingered, manifesting in nightmares and a constant constant state of alertness. I sought therapy, which helped me process the events and rebuild my sense of security. One day, while attending a group therapy session for trauma survivors, I met Anna. She had been through a similar ordeal, having narrowly escaped an attempted kidnapping. We bonded over our shared experiences and soon became close friends. Anna introduced me to a non-profit organization she had started aimed at helping women learn self-defense and personal safety techniques. She believed that empowerment was the key to overcoming trauma. Inspired by her passion and determination, I joined her mission. Together, we organized workshops and seminars teaching women how to protect themselves and be more aware of their surroundings. The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of women attended our sessions, eager to learn and share their own stories. As the months went by, our organization grew. We received funding from local businesses and even partnered with the police department to offer advanced self-defense training. The community rallied around us, and we became a beacon of hope for many. One evening, after a particularly successful workshop, Anna and I sat down for a cup of coffee. We reflected on our journey and how far we had come. You know, Anna said, sometimes I think that everything happens for a reason. As terrible as our experiences were, they led us to this moment, to this mission. I nodded in agreement. It's amazing how something so traumatic can lead to something so positive. We've turned our pain into power. Anna smiled, and we're just getting started. Over the next few years, our organization expanded beyond our city. We opened branches in other states, reaching thousands of women and making a real difference in their lives. But despite our success, I never forgot that fateful night. It served as a constant reminder of why our work was so important. One day, I received a letter in the mail. It was from the taxi driver, written from prison. In it, he expressed remorse for his actions and claimed to have found redemption behind bars. He thanked me for the work I was doing and hoped that it would prevent others from going down the same dark path he had. I read the letter with mixed emotions. While I appreciated his attempt at making amends, I couldn't forget the terror he had inflicted upon me. But I also realized that people could change, and perhaps he truly had turned his life around. I decided to respond, thanking him for his letter and expressing hope that he would use his time in prison to reflect on his actions and make amends. As the years went by, I continued my work with the organization, always striving to make a difference. And while the memories of that night still haunted me, I took solace in the knowledge that I was helping others and turning a negative experience into a positive force for change. The city's subway system had always been a marvel to me. The intertwining tunnels, the rhythmic clatter of the trains, and the diverse sea of commuters, it was like a pulsating vein of the metropolis. But one late night, my perception of the subway shifted from wonder to wariness. I had been working late at the office, trying to meet a deadline. By the time I packed up, it was well past midnight. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional car passing by. I decided to take the subway home, as I had done countless times before. The station was eerily quiet. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows on the platform. I could hear the distant hum of a train approaching. I waited alone, lost in thought, until the train pulled up with a screech. The carriage was almost empty, save for a few late-night travelers. I took a seat near the door, plugging in my headphones and settling into my music. A few stops later, a man boarded the train. He was tall and lanky, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes were tattered, and he carried a large duffel bag. He took the seat across from me, and I couldn't help but notice that he was staring intently in my direction. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but as the journey continued, his gaze never wavered. Every time I looked up, our eyes would meet, and he'd offer a chilling, toothless grin. Feeling uneasy, I decided to move to another carriage at the next stop. As the doors opened, I quickly made my exit, slipping into the adjacent car. I took a seat near the back, hoping the man wouldn't follow, but to my horror, as the train pulled away from the station, I saw him enter the carriage, his eyes scanning the rows of seats until they landed on me. He began to make his way towards me, his steps slow and deliberate. Panic set in. I considered pulling the emergency brake, but I was worried about the consequences. Instead, I decided to get off at the next stop and wait for another train. As the train approached the station, I stood up, ready to make a quick exit. But the man was faster. He blocked the aisle, his duffel bag acting as a barrier. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, his voice raspy and cold. I tried to keep my composure. "Please, just let me go," I pleaded. He chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Not so fast." Suddenly, the train jolted, throwing us off balance. I seized the opportunity, pushing past the man and sprinting towards the door. I could hear him shouting behind me, but I didn't stop. I ran out of the station and into the night, not looking back until I was several blocks away. Out of breath and shaken, I hailed a cab and made my way home. I locked all the doors and windows, double-checking every room to ensure I was alone. The next day, I reported the incident to the police. They took my statement and promised to investigate. A few days later, they called me in for an update. The man, who whose name was Victor, was a known criminal with a history of assault and robbery. He had recently been released from prison and was believed to be living in the subway tunnels. The duffel bag he carried contained stolen goods from a recent burglary. The police arrested Victor and recovered the stolen items. He was charged with multiple offenses and sent back to prison. I was relieved to know he was off the streets, but the trauma of that night stayed with me. I avoided the subway for months, opting to walk or take cabs instead. Months turned into years, and while the memory of that night never truly faded, I learned to cope and move forward. The city, with its endless possibilities, was still my home, and I wasn't going to let one traumatic event define my experience. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to face my fears head on. I descended into the subway station, the familiar hum of the trains and the chatter of commuters filling the air. My heart raced as I boarded the train, memories of that night flooding back, but I was determined to reclaim this space. The journey was uneventful, and as I exited the station, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I had faced my fears and emerged stronger. A few weeks later, I received an unexpected letter. It was from Victor, written from prison. In it, he expressed remorse for his actions and claimed to have turned his life around. He wrote about attending therapy and anger management classes and finding solace in religion. He apologized for the pain he had caused and hoped that I could find it in my heart to forgive him. I read the letter with mixed emotions. While I appreciated his attempt at making amends, I couldn't forget the terror he had inflicted upon me, but I also believed in the power of redemption and that people could change. After much contemplation, I decided to visit Victor in prison. I needed closure, and this seemed like the best way to achieve it. The visit was tense, with both of us struggling to find the right words, but as we spoke, I saw glimpses of the changed man he claimed to be. Victor spoke about his troubled past, the choices that led him down a dark path, and his desire to make amends. He expressed gratitude for the second chance he had been given and hoped to use his time at prison to better himself. As I left the prison, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. I had faced my attacker, heard his side of the story, and found a sense of closure. Over the next few years, Victor and I corresponded regularly. He kept me updated on his progress, and I offered words of encouragement. When he was released on parole, I was one of the first people he reached out to. We met for coffee, and I saw firsthand the changes he had made. He had found a job, reconnected with his family, and was determined to stay on the right path. Today, Victor and I share an unlikely friendship. We both have scars from our past, but we've chosen to move forward and focus on the future. We often speak at schools and community centers, sharing our story and the lessons we've learned. Our hope is to inspire others to believe in the power of redemption and the possibility of change. Life is unpredictable, and we never know where it will take us. But one thing is certain, with resilience, support, and determination, we can overcome even the darkest moments and find our way back to the light. This city had always been my home, a bustling metropolis filled with life and energy, but sometimes the noise and chaos became too much, and I sought solace in the local park. It was a sprawling green space, dotted with ancient trees and serene ponds. By day, it was filled with families and joggers, but by night, it transformed into a quiet oasis. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to take a walk in the park. The sun had set, and the park was bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights. The air was cool and crisp, and the only sounds were the distant hum of traffic and the chirping of crickets. I followed the winding path, losing myself in the beauty of nature. The trees cast long shadows on the ground, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. I felt at peace, the stresses of the day melting away. As I walked deeper into the park, I noticed a figure up ahead. It was a man, standing by the edge of a pond. He was tall and lean, dressed in dark clothing. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could see that he was staring intently at the water. Feeling uneasy, I decided to give him a wide berth. I veered off the path, making my way through the trees. But as I did, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I tried to convince myself that I was being paranoid, but the feeling of dread only grew stronger. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. They were soft and deliberate, echoing in the stillness of the night. I dared not look back, fearing what I might see. Instead, I broke into a run, my only thought to get out of the park as quickly as possible. The footsteps grew louder, matching my pace. I could hear the man's ragged breathing, a chilly reminder that he was closing in on me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning and my legs aching. Up ahead, I saw a bridge that led to the park's exit. I sprinted towards it, praying that I would make it in time. But as I reached the bridge, I felt a cold hand grab my wrist, pulling me back. I screamed, struggling to break free. The man's grip was like iron, unyielding and relentless. He pulled me closer, his face inches from mine. His eyes were cold and emotionless, devoid of any humanity. "Where do you think you're going?" he whispered whispered, his voice dripping with malice. I tried to respond, but fear had rendered me speechless. I could only stare into his eyes, praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a bright light shone in the distance. The man turned to look, momentarily distracted, and I seized the opportunity, using all my strength to break free. I ran towards the light, not looking back until I was safely out of the park. The light came from a police car patrolling the area. The officers had heard my screams and had come to investigate. They quickly took my statement and launched a search for the man, but he had vanished without a trace. The police informed me that there had been several reports of a man stalking women in the park. They believed he was a serial predator preying on lone women. They advised me to avoid the park at night and to always be aware of my surroundings. I was shaken by the ordeal, and it took me a long time to come to terms with what had happened. I sought therapy, which helped me process the trauma and rebuild my sense of security. I also joined a self-defense class, determined to never feel helpless again. Months after the incident, the park became a focal point for community action. News of my encounter spread, and soon, other women came forward with similar stories of being followed or approached by a mysterious man during their evening walks. The community rallied together, demanding increased security measures and better lighting in the park. Local businesses and residents raised funds to install surveillance cameras at key points throughout the park. The city council also increased police patrols during the evening hours. A neighborhood watch group was formed, with volunteers patrolling the park in shifts, ensuring that no one was ever truly alone. One evening, as I was attending a community meeting about the park's safety initiatives, a woman named Maya approached me. She was in her early 30s, with a determined look in her eyes. She revealed that she too had had a close encounter with the mysterious man, but had managed to fend him off using self-defense techniques she had learned. Inspired by our shared experiences, Maya and I decided to start a self-defense workshop for women in the community. We partnered with local martial arts instructors and organized weekly sessions in the park. The response was overwhelming. Women of all ages attended, eager to learn how to protect themselves and reclaim their sense of security. As the weeks went by, the park began to transform. The once eerie silence of the night was replaced by the sounds of laughter and camaraderie. Women jogged, practiced yoga, and even organized nighttime picnics, refusing to let fear dictate their lives. The police continued their investigation, and with the help of the newly installed cameras, they were able to identify the mysterious man. He was arrested and charged with multiple counts of stalking and attempted assault. It turned out he had a history of violent behavior and had been released from prison just months before our encounters. The news of his arrest brought a collective sigh of relief to the community. The park, once a place of fear, had become a symbol of resilience and unity. Maya and I continued our self-defense workshops, expanding them to other parts of the city. We also started a non-profit organization dedicated to empowering women and promoting safety in public spaces. Today, the park is a testament to the power of community action. Families picnic under the trees, children play on the swings, and couples stroll hand in hand, enjoying the beauty of nature. The memories of that fateful night still linger, but they are overshadowed by the positive change that emerged from it. As for me, I've learned the importance of trusting my instincts and being prepared. I still visit the park, but now I do so with confidence, knowing that I have the skills and the support of my community to keep me safe. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the vast expanse of the countryside. It was late, and the only illumination came from the dim glow of my car's headlights and the occasional passing vehicle. The radio played softly in the background, a soothing melody that contrasted with the monotonous drone of the engine. I was returning from a business trip, eager to get home and crawl into bed. The journey had been long, and fatigue was beginning to set in. My eyelids grew heavy, and I struggled to maintain focus. Suddenly, in my rearview mirror, I noticed a set of flashing blue and red lights. My heart sank. I hadn't been speeding, or at least I didn't think I had. I glanced at the speedometer, confirming that I was within the limit. Still, I knew better than to argue with law enforcement. I pulled over to the side of the road, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. The police car, a standard black and white cruiser, parked behind me. I rolled down my window and waited, my hands resting on the steering wheel. A few moments later, a tall figure approached. The man was dressed in a police uniform, complete with a badge and a hat that cast a shadow over his face. He shone a flashlight into my car, the bright beam momentarily blinding me. "Evening," he said, his voice deep and authoritative. "License and registration, please." I fumbled in my glove compartment, retrieving the documents and handing them over. The officer examined them closely, his flashlight illuminating the details. "You were driving a bit erratically back there," he commented, his tone accusatory. "Have you had anything to drink tonight?" I shook my head. "No, officer, just tired from a long drive." He seemed to ponder this for a moment, then said, "Step out of the vehicle, hold please. Confused, I complied. The night air was cool, and I shivered slightly as I stood by the side of the road. The officer circled my car, his flashlight scanning the interior. "Everything okay, officer?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. Instead, he motioned for me to follow him to the back of his cruiser. I hesitated, a sense of unease settling in. Something felt off. As I approached the police car, I noticed something odd. There was no license plate, and the cruiser lacked the usual markings of a police vehicle. The windows were tinted, preventing me from seeing inside. The officer opened the back door, revealing a dark interior. Then, he ordered. Alarm bells rang in my head. This wasn't standard procedure. Why would he want me to get into the back of his car? "I'd rather not," I replied, trying to sound confident. "Is there a problem?" The officer's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly facade dropped, replaced by a menacing glare. "Get in the car, now," he growled. Theo gripped me. I realized that this man wasn't a real cop. I was in grave danger. Thinking quickly, I reached into my pocket and pressed the panic button on my car keys. The car's alarm blared, its lights flashing wildly. The fake officer was momentarily startled, giving me the split second I needed. I bolted, running as fast as my legs could carry me. I could hear the imposter shouting behind me, his footsteps echoing on the asphalt, but I didn't look back. I ran until I reached a nearby farmhouse, pounding on the door until the startled occupants answered. They quickly let me in, and I explained the situation. They called the real police, who arrived within minutes. The fake cop was nowhere to be found, having fled the scene. The police launched an investigation, and it was discovered that the imposter had been involved in several other incidents, posing as a cop to rob and assault unsuspecting motorists. The cruiser he had been driving was stolen, and the uniform was a convincing replica. In the weeks that followed, my story became a cautionary tale that spread throughout the community. Local news outlets picked up on it, and I was interviewed multiple times, recounting the harrowing experience. While reliving the ordeal was emotionally taxing, I felt it was essential to raise awareness about the dangers of fake officers. The police department, in response to the incident and the growing public concern, initiated a campaign to educate the public on how to identify genuine officers and the correct protocol during traffic stops. They emphasized the importance of looking for authentic badges, proper vehicle markings, and always asking for an officer's identification if something feels off. Community meetings were organized where officers demonstrated the differences between real and fake uniforms, badges, and equipment. They also provided tips on what to do if one suspects they're being pulled over by an imposter, advising to drive to a well-lit, populated area or even the nearest police station, and to call 911 to verify the officer's identity. As time went on, the trauma of that night began to fade, replaced by a newfound sense of purpose. I became an advocate for personal safety, joining community watch groups and even collaborating with the police department on various initiatives. One evening, as I was leaving a community meeting, a woman approached me. She introduced herself as Lisa and thanked me for sharing my story. She revealed that she too had been pulled over by the fake cop but had remembered my advice. She asked for his badge number and called 911, which had caused him to flee. Hearing Lisa's story, I was filled with a mixture of relief and pride. My ordeal had led to positive change, and I was determined to continue my advocacy work. Today, I travel across the country, sharing my story and educating others about the importance of personal safety. While the memory of that night still haunts me, I take solace in the knowledge that my experience has made a difference. The world can be a dangerous place, but with awareness, education, and community support, we can protect ourselves and our loved ones from harm. The open road has always been a source of solace for me. The hum of the engine, the rhythmic beat of tires against asphalt, and the ever-changing scenery provided a therapeutic backdrop for my thoughts. That night, as I drove through the windy roads of rural Montana, the world seemed to melt away, leaving just me, my old Chevy, and the vast expanse of the starlit sky. It was around midnight when I first saw him, a lone figure, standing by the side of the road, his thumb outstretched in the universal sign of a hitchhiker. He was tall, with shaggy dark hair and a beard, wearing a tattered jacket and carrying a worn-out backpack. Now, I've always considered myself a good judge of character, and I've picked up my fair share of hitchhikers over the years. Most were just folks down on their luck, looking for a ride to the next town. But something about this man gave me pause. Maybe it was the way he stood, slightly hunched, as if carrying an invisible weight. Or perhaps it was the intense, almost desperate look in his eyes as he stared at my approaching car. Against my better judgment, I slowed down and pulled over. The man approached, his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Heading to Whitefish, he asked, his his voice rough from the cold. I nodded. Hop in, I replied, unlocking the passenger door. He climbed in, settling into the seat with a sigh of relief. Thanks, he said, extending a gloved hand. Name's Jake. We exchanged pleasantries as I resumed driving. Jake explained that he'd been on the road for days, making his way across the country. He'd run into some bad luck in the last town and was eager to move on. As the miles rolled by, I tried to engage Jake in conversation, hoping to learn more about my mysterious passenger, but he was evasive, giving vague answers and often staring out the window, lost in thought. An uneasy silence settled between us, broken only by the occasional howl of a distant coyote. The road grew darker and more isolated, with dense forests on either side. Suddenly, Jake spoke up. Take the next left, he instructed, pointing to a narrow dirt road that branched off the main highway. I hesitated. That's not the way to Whitefish, I replied, my grip on the steering wheel tightening. Jake's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly facade dropped, replaced by a cold, menacing glare. Just do it, he growled, his voice dripping with malice. Fear gripped me. I realized that I was in grave danger, but I also knew that I couldn't show it. I had to think fast. Alright, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but I need to refuel first. There's a gas station a few miles ahead. We can take the detour after that. Jake seemed to ponder this for a moment, then nodded. Fine, he replied, but no tricks. I drove on, my mind racy. I needed a plan, and I needed it fast. The gas station was my best chance of escape, but I had to be careful. One wrong move could be fatal. As we approached the gas station, I noticed a police cruiser parked by the pumps. Relief washed over me. This was my chance. I pulled in, parking next to the cruiser. Jake watched me closely, his eyes never leaving mine. Stay here, I instructed, grabbing my wallet. I'll be right back. I entered the store, my heart pounding in my chest. The officer was at the counter, chatting with the cashier. I approached them, trying to appear calm. Excuse me, officer, I began, my voice shaking. I need your help. I quickly explained the situation, glancing out the window to make sure Jake hadn't noticed. The officer's face hardened, and he reached for his radio, calling for backup. They formulated a plan. The officer would approach the car, posing as a friend I'd run into. This would give me the opportunity to get away from Jake and ensure my safety. The plane went off without a hitch. The officer engaged Jake in conversation, allowing me to slip away. Within minutes, backup arrived, and Jake was taken into custody. It was later revealed that Jake was a wanted fugitive, responsible for a string of robberies and assaults across the country. The police believed he was heading to Whitefish to lay low and evade capture. I was shaken by the ordeal but grateful to be alive. The experience served as a stark reminder of the dangers of picking up strangers, no matter how harmless they may seem. Today, I'm more cautious than ever. I still enjoy the open road, but I no longer pick up hitchhikers. The memory of that night will forever be etched in my mind, a chilly reminder of the thin line between trust and danger. Alright, but that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But as always,
Have a nice day.